Please, we are going to start. Por favor, vayan tomando asiento. Please, we are starting with some delay and we have a lot of things to do today. While the people is coming, I will just mention what we are going to do today, at least in the morning. So at the beginning of the morning, we will be discussing on Article 9, obviously, and the action plan, the regional action plan on environmental defenders. And after that, we will, after the coffee break, we will focus on the national developments that we are undertaking on the regional action plan, but also in the national implementation plans, because they should be, everything should be connected. The regional things that we are doing and the national activities and the national roadmaps that the countries are undertaking. Please consider that the national roadmaps should be developed for the next conference of the parties. So all the countries need to develop are supposed to develop national implementation plans and roadmaps. And this is also an opportunity to include things coming from the Article 9. So, because these national implementation plans should cover the whole articles of the Escazú Agreement. So, please consider that you have opportunities to discuss the Article 9 at the regional level, but also at the national level with these roadmaps. And the other thing, before giving the floor to Gabriela, who is going to moderate the session today, is that yesterday we have some interventions in the night. I hope that after that you enjoy a bit with the cocktail. But I would like to mention that the Escazú Agreement is translated to many languages. It is in Spanish and English, which are the official languages, but we have also in French, we have in Dutch, we have in Portuguese, and we have in 3 indigenous languages right now. 2 thanks of the government of Chile. With them, we translated to Mapudungun and Rapa Nui. And also, thanks to the government of Peru, we have the Escazú Agreement in Quechua. And we have the opportunity to translate to other languages. Obviously, we have to do that with the different governments because these are not official languages of the United Nations. But neither it is Dutch, and we did it because of Suriname. So in the future, we hope to have other languages so many people can access to the article. So allow me to introduce Gabriela Burdiles. Gabriela Burdiles is part of my team and is a lawyer, and she will be moderating the session today. So Gabriela, you have the floor.
Thank you, Carlos, and good morning, everyone. Buen día a todos. Espero que hayan tenido una linda noche, que hayan disfrutado de la recepción del día de ayer. Bueno, algunos tuvieron algunas dificultades, pero ya aquí estamos.
Well, we are here today. No. It's a pleasure to moderate this panel, panel 2. In this panel, we will discuss implementation of the action plan on human rights defenders in environmental matters at a regional level. As you are aware, and as we mentioned yesterday, there is Decision 3.2 from the 3rd COP of the Escazú Agreement that approved an action plan on human rights defenders in environmental matters for Latin America and the Caribbean. This decision invites the parties of all the countries in the region to contribute to implementing the action plan, to continue with efforts at the national level to ensure the rights of human rights defenders in environmental matters. It also establishes that for the plan, we will have participation from the public and strengthen partnerships with different stakeholders, such as international organizations, civil society, development banks, private sector, academia, media, among other stakeholders. And that's why we are so pleased that today you are here with us because you are key stakeholders in this process. There is a document which is an implementation program for the action plan drafted by the coordinators of the working group. You can download this program from the Escazú Agreement website and from the QR code that you can see in different corners of our meeting room today. Please review the implementation plan and participate. So today, we will address implementation of this action plan, what is contained in the program, and we have some representatives here from different sectors with us, and they will also make contributions towards this implementation. So today, I have Mr. Darian with us, Director
of the Department of Environment, the Ministry of Environment of St. Kitts.
We have Ms. Constance Nalget, Head of International Affairs of the Environmental Ministry of Chile, and Mr. Enrique Iglesias Garcia from the Environment Ministry of Ecuador. These three are our coordinating representatives from the working group who have drafted the action plan and also the implementation program. Then we will hear from Irene Murillo, our elected public representative of the Escazú Agreement, Sara Nuero, coordinator of the regional project for the implementation of regional human rights strategies in Latin America and the Caribbean, from the OHCHR, the UN office, and also from the working group on environmental defenders. So, without further ado, let us hear from Mr. Darian so that we can start with our presentations, and then we will have further conversations with our panelists.
Good morning to everyone. I trust that hope that we are all rested. As Gabriela mentioned, Darian Edmeade from right here in St. Kitts and Nevis. And I'll just give you a quick overview, a quick background of the work that the working group has been doing in terms of the action plan that brought us to this point this morning. And I trust and hope that the information that we will be providing, myself as well as my other co-coordinators, would be efficient enough to bring you up to speed in terms of the work that the group has been doing and the role that you as state parties has to play in ensuring that the action plan that we have presented and the action plan that state parties are expected to implement is one that it would meet your national situations. So at the last COP, Decision 3.2 of the action plan was approved, and 4 priority areas more or less highlighted the plan with 20 strategic actions that must be implemented as part of the action plan. The COP decided to maintain the ad hoc working group, which includes myself, some St. Kitts and Nevis, Chile, and Ecuador, to continue the work of the action plan until 2030. Priority area D is one of high importance because it gives us a chance to really implement the program by looking to make sure that we have proper revision, follow-up, and the deadlines are met in order for us to implement within the specified timeline. To move forward with the plan, the working group had consultations with the public, the elected representatives, and we ensure that they got a chance to look at the document, receive comments before we can move forward, because it's very important that the work that the working group is doing, we are transparent, and the public has an opportunity to give their comments or their perspective in terms of the development of the program and what they would like to see within the action plan. From the consultations that were done, there were a number of responses. From the
94.
Yes, so let me see if I can pull this up because we're missing some information there. So there were a total of 94 responses from the results of the consultation one. We had responses from both individuals and organizations. The numbers for, yes. Right. Yes, I pulled it up here. So the individuals, we had 48.9%. We had organizations, 48.9% as well. And other was 2.1%. The responses came from mainly the countries of Chile, which was 21%, 19% from Mexico, Argentina at 11%, and Colombia at 9%. Some results, comments that we received from the consultations. So we had some of the comments. Clearly, the public recommended that we clearly define the activities and the products. Include new actors and collaborators. Review the previous mappings that were there. Design activities and products through participation. Use diverse platform for dissemination of the information and participation. Ensure transparency in our reporting and establish compliance indicators. Many of the inputs that were received from the public speaks to the designing and the planning of each specific activity. I now turn over to you, Constance. Try this.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to, before indicating what were the main changes after the public consultation with the presiding officers and with the public and with the state parties, I would like to reiterate that this program is part of the action plan, and the action plan is part of the Escazú Article 9. So what I'm highlighting is that we, as coordinators, we had a specific mandate, which is to develop the action plan. So thus, those were also our work limits. So in the very plan and the program, you will appreciate that it's quite flexible. And we are mentioning this, and we said it on the first day of the forum, that we looked at the program as an instrument and not as an end in itself. And this also, when we see what we fared in COP3 with the programming envisaged in 10.2 of the plan, it was quite long, and that prevented states to really start implementation. So as Escazú agreement, we know these are instruments, some that are more binding, but the focus, we cannot forget that it's implementation, effective implementation, as we see in Objective 1. And it must be flexible enough to be tailored to the realities of the different state parties. As we have seen over these days in the forum, they are quite different, not just in terms of the terrible differences with attacks, but also in terms of the instruments that are available to the defenders. However, we see that many of the contributions will be reflected, for example, in specific activities. So we have the public representatives, and with the group, we looked at an issue that was quite fundamental. When we look at evaluation and follow-up in one of the axes of the plan, since we are still not sure what kind of support we will have for the programming, the indicators then, many of them will be for specific activities when we already have the help of the collaborators. And the last point I wish to share, in terms of what the public representatives told us, especially Michael, a few days ago, is that the program and therefore the implementation of these activities are guided by certain principles. We have the intergenerational principle, and we know that we need to pay special attention to children and teens to avoid them facing attacks. We also have a territorial approach, intercultural approach, intersectional approach, and an intergender approach. All of these, we hope, will be reflected in these activities. And while the presentation is loading, I also wish to highlight a question that was asked when we presented this to the working group. They asked us, how will this continue? What I wish to highlight, as Gabriela mentioned, there are certain milestones that are key, which are the COPs and the fora. So that for participation at the COPs, please remember that this working group will continue during the rest of the year, independently of the COPs which take place at certain times of the year. In addition to the programming, some of these are key and others are with collaborators. And the socio-collaborators are mentioned in the action plan. And we hope we have the support of international organizations, also development banks, also present today. We hope to have support from civil society, also with academia and the private sector. So the conclusion, I know I'm jumping ahead a bit, each of you have your role to play, and we hope to count on this, not just state parties, but also those who are defending the environment. So you have to review these 19 actions, and please let us know. You can contact the Secretariat or ourselves how you plan to contribute. But the states, as you are aware, the implementation of the Escazú Agreement is based on the national circumstances. Also, because of the different state powers, not only the executive, but also we hope to see activities and actions from the legislature. In determined countries, we also have activities that can be done by the judiciary. That is important for training, when we look at justice issues, and also at different levels, national or subnational. And there, we will see that this will be guidance for the state in terms of the level of application, in terms of Latin America and the Caribbean, and also at a national level. But without saying if it's federal, because not all of us have federal states, or local or subnational. The other main change that is cross-cutting, we need to be certain as to the results or the expected outcomes, especially for issues that are quite relevant, such as collaboration of other stakeholders. We also need to clarify the importance of universities, development centers, research centers, judicial or legal centers, civil society, and especially for instruments that are essential to the work of protection and prevention. We need greater participation. Next slide, please. And so you could remember that the first axis is knowledge creation, awareness, and dissemination of the situation faced by the defenders, the role of the defenders, and their rights. The first activity in the action plan is to have a diagnosis or an analysis with data data that comes from not only the state parties, but also from other key stakeholders. Data available on the number of victims, number of violations, and type of violations. We also need to know the mechanisms, national mechanisms or instruments on practices. And an issue that has arisen here are community initiatives for self-protection of defenders, knowing that many times those who defend the environment are afraid that the state is the one that will be attacking or violating their rights. So we will also, in these 2 days, discuss these activities. These have been quite useful. The observatory also, which is our base, there are policies that are favorable for the right to information, right to participation, as we saw highlighted in another panel, and that there is access. And our last point, so that we can reach as many people possible, dissemination. Dissemination in different formats and through different platforms. Our next axis, priority area, dialogue among state parties and defenders, and also try to have greater partnerships and platforms, and to reach the public with different social and geographical and gender differences, and to have different forums. With Ruth, we meet in different UN fora, and we are convinced that it's important to go to different fora. As I said a few days ago, the forum taking part, the Business and Human Rights Forum. So how can we map, how can we advocate for these different fora? Forgive me for going on so long, but yes, thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, Constance.
Ahí está. Juan Enrique, por favor, adelante.
Enrique, please. Thank you and good morning. Continuing with the presentation, I also wish to convey greetings from our ministry that has played an active part in this activity, and from our Ecology Center also in Ecuador. And also to repeat that what we have heard so far has been positive. It's part of strengthening what we mentioned in the pillars of access to information and citizen participation. These are key to the agreement. And so we see these are important in the document for priority area C, capacity building and cooperation. The changes included in the activities for this priority area are these. With respect to capacity building, I think it's cross-cutting in all of the activities, and as we mentioned, and we also have considered participation in drafting documents such as the guidelines or regional guidelines, and also strategies for dissemination that will allow us to have to disseminate further this document. Also, we need to have relationships with the local authorities, and also to have dialogues and exchanges among relevant stakeholders with respect to the prevention and protection mechanisms, and also training with experts that is included in the technical assistance area. We also need to have these dialogues and exchanges with justice officials and human rights defenders, especially with issues dealing with training that these operatives need and that the stakeholders need in the justice area. Next slide, please. Thank you. Now, with respect to priority area D, which is linked to evaluation, follow-up, and review, The changes include inviting parties to present their progress at the forums in preparation for COP 2026, to invite the parties also to present regular reports, including roadmaps and implementation plans, including their roadmaps and implementation plans. These must also be included. Similarly, we have included publication and dissemination of reports so that we can know what the progress has been. These also must be included in the COP. And so when we do these, it will strengthen the work because it must be a clear document and it must have achievable objectives. And it must be clear for those who are going to implement the plan, speaking from a technical viewpoint. It also is linked to previous documents, and we see it as something very achievable. And we hope to share results and outcomes soon. And as we mentioned yesterday, we want to hear feedback from the public. Many of these have to take place very quickly. And that's the importance of synergies and the relationships we have so that we can finalize everything that we have to do with respect to this implementation plan. And let's continue with the other presentations. Thank you, Juan Enrique of Ecuador. And thank you for the coordination, for all of the efforts in reviewing, in supporting, in having the support of the public, and in undertaking this programming. Remember, it's a process until 2030, so we have certain activities and milestones that will feed into the other. A clear example is a regional evaluation mentioned, and then this will lead to regional guidelines that will be developed and that will assist the forum. So it's not just a list of activities, but there is a process as well that has been thought out for all of the outcomes to be generated that will help with the final objective so that we can implement Article 9 of Escazú that will assist our human rights defenders. So let us now hear, we have three excellent ladies on the panel with us, and we have a question for them. How can progress be made in the effective implementation of the action plan? And how can you contribute from your realities, from your organization? So let us hear from Irene Murillo of Costa Rica, elected public representative.
Thank you very much, Gabriela. And I am very grateful for the opportunity to be here today in beautiful St. Kitts and Nevis. Thank you for your welcoming us here. And I want to share with you some of the things we've been learning in the work done on the issue of human rights defenders in environmental matters. I will switch to Spanish now. Bien,
When they ask me, how can we move forward in implementing the action plan for human rights defenders in environmental matters, I think that the first response I could give is always the same, with meaningful participation from the public. After these long years of work on the Escazú Agreement, I'm very aware that it's a question of a process, and so that there are challenges involved, but I don't know a better way. I want to use this opportunity to let you know how we have been doing this and how we will continue with this task. Since the first COP of the Escazú Agreement, reaffirming the importance of guaranteeing a favorable environment for our human rights defenders in environmental matters and establishing the working group, from the point of view of the public, a working group was set up with an open-ended working group to give follow-up to that work that was defined. Once the action plan was approved at the third COP, the working group continued to follow up on implementation of the same with their input in the process of the implementation program. Among the activities set out, activities which we believe we must continue working on them because they are quite important, perhaps priority ones in the plan. We have the issue of the regional evaluation that was set out in the knowledge axis. This is the basis for a lot of the other work set out in the plan. And the objective of this evaluation is for awareness and to disseminate information, generate knowledge on the situation faced and the roles played by the defenders. This evaluation includes 4 main points which are important: the number of victims and violations, the different types of violations, the instruments and mechanisms at an international and national level linked to protection and sanctions, such as early warning, and also existing practices, experiences, and community initiatives and self-protection strategies for defenders. This evaluation is an immediate task for the next few months, and we believe that the input from the public will be essential for the knowledge that the public has on the ground and accumulated experience from years of work. It will be important to have the involvement of local communities, indigenous peoples, and defenders on the front line. So, in preparation for the forum, we organized, with the support of some of the working group organizations and other networks with whom we work in coordination, there were different in-person and virtual meetings, always trying to respond to those 4 questions. I think we started to visualize some of the challenges involved in implementing the action plan. In the first place, recognizing and acknowledging the defenders as such in their different countries, both the executive and the legislative and the judiciary, so they know who a defender is, what is his or her importance, and the right he or she has to be protected. That will be the first challenge. Also, the issue for the very defenders to recognize and acknowledge themselves as such and to demand protection. That's important. A second challenge we have found in data and information. We have noticed within our group the need to generate data on the situation they face, that it's reliable, that it's disaggregated, that it's accessible. There's a gap there when we speak of data. Another challenge, I think Constance has mentioned this already, that in the places where we do have protection mechanism, it's not everywhere, the defenders are afraid to use these because they don't trust them. They don't trust the answer they will obtain. So we need systematic efforts from the states to change that situation instead of isolated actions or fragmented actions. Another challenge is access to protection mechanisms so that they can cover and recognize the situation faced by defenders and by the diversity of defenders that exist, so that there are no barriers, so that they can resort to a mechanism if they need to. And the last challenge, I have to say it, we are aware of this, is financing and support that we need for implementing this plan. I think I can close there with these questions. For the activity for the public that we organized a few days ago, we asked those who were present, as defenders, do you feel safe? And the response was, no, we do not at all. That is a major challenge. It's one thing that they had said, it's very important to feel safe. Defenders must feel safe. They must have networks of solidarity that will then allow some defenders to support other defenders and vice versa. And with that, you have greater protection and greater strength in terms of actions that can be undertaken. There's a lot of work that lies before us to be done. And I think the invitation then, please join in this work to be done. And that is what we propose to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Irene. Now, Sarah. Our colleagues have made a great contribution up to this point in this process. So it is an honor to introduce Sarah, who has been working as well. Thank you, Gabriela. Good morning, everyone. For us, it is a pleasure to share some thoughts on the challenges in implementing the action plan in the Office of the High Commissioner. You know that the promotion and protection of human rights information that we have at the office place at the heart. This is at the heart of the work that we do and to protect the environment. As Irene says, defenders in environmental matters are in the first line of action and they face many systematic attacks and threats. Latin America continues to be the most dangerous area for defending human rights. There are still many arrests, arbitrary detentions, threats, violence, criminalization, and many restrictions in the civic space. Unfortunately, looking at the outlook since the last COP, the perception of defenders is that it has not improved. No substantive changes have been made. Some data that shows this is the number of reports of attacks that we have received in offices in the region. In 2023, 313 reports were received at the Honduras office. Similar numbers in Guatemala. In Guatemala, since January 2016 to September of last year, 248 murders occurred affecting persons of indigenous and African descent. So we have to continue to reflect on the hostility of this environment for defenders to carry out their work, endangering their own lives and those lives of their families and communities. The Special Rapporteur of the United Nations in one of the latest reports on 2023 indicated that human rights in Latin America face many challenges because of state repression, the actions of non-state actors, criminals, and corporations, and these intimidation and violence tactics used against defenders frequently receive explicit report from state actors and thus complicates the efforts to defend human rights. This adverse context reinforces the need to strengthen measures to counteract murder and other types of attacks. In some countries in the Caribbean, where there are not high levels of attacks reported, there is a perception that there is no risk in those countries. But what we have seen is that we just lack information about the work, about the organizations, and we also see in the Caribbean states, civil society does face certain constraints. So we also need to document and learn firsthand what situations are impeding the work of organizations in these countries. As Gabriela pointed out, in our office, we have been supporting the process of preparing a regional action plan from the beginning. We have facilitated public action and dialogue with civil society and affected communities. We have provided technical assistance for the implementation of the plan of action. We have put in place many actions related to the program presented by the working group. Many of these national efforts have been examples of best practices, working with defenders in civil society, preparing plans and policies. For example, in Paraguay, Chile, Mexico, direct public participation has been promoted in preparing these protection plans and adopting strategies, including the voice of persons who are facing these particular challenges. We think that effective implementation of the plan of action requires a collective commitment of all society sectors, and best practices would involve significant and meaningful participation of the defenders and the public in general. We believe that this should be even more strengthened to involve participation of all to build these partnerships. We congratulate you on the many partnerships that you have established, and we have heard many persons talk about the different partnerships between civil society and different other bodies. But we must continue to strengthen this. As Irene says, we have to work in spaces such as this forum to promote participation of organizations and defenders from among the public. We also believe that another strength that we have seen is training. And our office has been providing training for different institutions to promote the vision that we have in different areas. We think one of the most effective ways of combating the impunity that we have seen for these acts is to increase the capacity or to build capacity among the investigators. So we have specialized training for prosecutors, police, and others, with an emphasis on international standards in investigation. We would like these reports to be followed by strong investigations. In Mexico, for example, there is a training program with the federal authorities with a focus on the protection of defenders and indigenous peoples who protect the environment with theoretical and practical material to support this. Tomorrow, there will be training on access to justice. One of my colleagues from the Mexico office will be here to provide training. If you have not registered, you can use the portal and register for that training workshop. We have also been working on capacity building for civil society, and this includes training for communities in using international mechanisms, which is still very important. We need to use regional and international human rights mechanisms to bring forward all of these cases of defenders who have been victimized. From our Caribbean office, as we said, our assistant has been providing technical assistance in with regard to the Escazú Agreement, dealing with climate justice, climate financing, and the inclusion of human rights in environmental policy. In spite of the progress and the best practices we mentioned, we also face major challenges. We believe that we need to improve coordination between institutions to respond more effectively to threats against defenders. And we think one major obstacle in cases where defenders are victims of crime, it is a lack of a human rights approach in criminal criminal charges. So victims and witnesses need to be considered in these cases. As Irene spoke about limited resources, no matter how ambitious the plan of action, it will fail if it does not have the human and financial resources that they require. We also believe, we agree, that in some sectors there's still a narrative which the defenders see, where there are common economic interests that cause obstacles and stigmatize persons who are defenders. So we need to work to acknowledge the work of persons involved in this defense. In Bolivia, for example, there is a process to recognize the work of young women in defending the environment. So we have to highlight the contribution made to societies. In the working group, we talked about recovering the initiative of awarding prizes for initiatives in defending human rights so that our societies can see the work that they are doing. Another challenge is impunity. Impunity continues to be the norm in many of the attacks made on defenders, and in many cases these crimes are not brought to justice, or the sanctions are not proportional to the violence perpetrated. And this sends a dangerous message that one can attack people who defend human rights without consequences. So it is important to break the cycle. This is very important, and we must build capacity among persons who investigate these cases. We also observe in the region an evolution in physical attacks, new forms of aggression, they're much more subtle, but still very worrying, with these smear campaigns on social networks, including legal persons who harass persons, the surveillance and the intimidation tactics used. So tomorrow we will also be facilitating a workshop during the afternoon on protection in the digital space to build capacity for defenders, showing how they can adopt measures to protect themselves. The QR code is available for you to access the workshops. The capacity is limited, so please sign up early so that you can get a space. And to conclude, our office wishes to reiterate its commitment to full implementation of Article 9 and the Plan of Action, and we are available with regard to all the initiatives that have been mentioned, which we offer our knowledge and technical capacity to continue to assist persons involved in the defense of human rights. We believe that these partnerships that allow us to work together can contribute in this area. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Sara. Y sin duda que vamos a contar.
Thank you, Sarah. We will continue with this process. We look forward to support. Tomorrow there will be two workshops, one during the morning, one in the afternoon. The morning will be access to justice, and in the afternoon, digital safety and security. So the invitation to register is available on the website of the Escazú Agreement, and you can sign up to participate. And finally, good morning, everyone. Warm greetings to everyone present, as well as those who are online. Remembering that we do have virtual participation in this forum. First of all, I want to highlight that the implementation of the agreement has already brought some results, such as the plan of action that was prepared some time ago. It was done jointly, involving the public. So this is the message that came from Irene, which is this is the best way for us to move forward with implementation involving the public, especially environmental defenders. Some of you know firsthand what are the needs and what are the solutions that we need to find in having effective implementation. I would like to mention that on some occasions, in putting together the plan of action, there were proposals that were made with the working group in with the public, and it will help to strengthen the plan. There are some other things that would not be reflected in the plan of action, but it would be an appeal to state parties to adopt these in their national implementation as a priority. So these would be recommendations based on the experiences of the public and the environmental defenders. First of all, from the annotated index, we see the term referring to defenders in the region. The ad hoc group made a recommendation to adopt the language from the Escazú Agreement, so persons, groups, and organizations. And this would involve key actors, but it will also assist in overcoming the trend towards to prioritize individual over collective protection. So we need to continue protecting communities and groups by adopting this collective focus across the board and using collective language will bring greater visibility to the contributions made to society involving indigenous people, peasant farmers, and people of African descent. This will respond to the situation of vulnerability of the environmental defenders when we adopt the definitions of defender in these national plans. In Colombia, for example, different institutions, national institutions, can understand what is an environmental defender in different forms, and there can be reference in the international framework, and we can then reference the Escazú Agreement. So we should bear in mind the definition used by the United Nations in their policy 2008. Another proposal that I wish to raise here is joint analysis that we have been doing in the ad hoc group with environmentalists in Colombia. How do we recognize in these forums and conferences of the parties the ad hoc group provides a capacity building which gives access to study and even technical capacity building, and assists in facing the challenges in the different territories, including adaptation to climate change. I would like to remind you that this was taken since the first forum because the officer from St. Lucia has been working, and this will assist in recognizing items that are explicit in the plan of action, but also involved in different actions that also promote capacity building, such as the forums. Another element for the public to be involved in the plan of action, this is in the context of adopting different approaches which are cross-cutting, including gender, and it must be intersectorial, intercultural, because in the working group we mentioned, and we would want to see this reflected in the activities. So in the regional evaluation, we want to see information with a breakdown on the different things that have happened, how women are affected, and different persons are affected. And this will then have an equal ethnic and gender representation. And we will also have community initiatives, even psychological attention where needed. These are different ways in which we have been discussing in the group where a gender, territorial, and an ethnic approach can be adopted. We think this is very important. And the two speakers before me have also mentioned these challenges. One of the main challenges that we have seen in Colombia is coordination and harmonization of the national framework with international commitments. In Colombia, we should mention that we have gone to the Constitutional Court to refer to the breaches and violations for among defenders and seeking to ensure their protection, to involve the local governments and the prosecutor's office. So we want to involve everyone at a national level, including the courts, so that these can be related to international obligations, including the Escazú Agreement. So we would involve these institutions, bearing in mind different spaces for participation in many countries that can promote these guidelines that we have in the national plan. Although the time is short, I'd like to refer to a policy brief that we have prepared for protection of defenders in Colombia, and it follows the recommendations as to how we can harmonize the national international framework that I mentioned, and we can work further having the knowledge we gain from persons who participate and other states party. Another thing I would mention is public participation, where we would make an appeal in this implementation plan. Every party would have their indicators. We see that we have quantitative indicators, but other groups also have qualitative approaches in terms of the impact. What we have seen, some meetings have had effective participation, so we would make the appeal that civil society, the working group, we want to be key actors in this evaluation and in the plan of action. So we would do this analysis in civil society, gather the information and make specific recommendations in the different forums, and this would be put into the reports at different levels. I think this role of monitoring, and it is important to have all the key actors be aware of the plan of action. Thank you. Thank you, Carol, for the summary you have provided regarding the contributions of the public to the process and what has been added, the relevant changes in the plan of action and the implementation program. As you said, we want to have more transparency in activities and reports, greater participation, add new actors, and have a design that would allow for greater participation. You mentioned collective protection that we need to have for communities. This is something that we saw very early in the plan of action, and we have been including it. So this afternoon yesterday afternoon we had a discussion about protection mechanisms, and we would need to do some more analysis of this type of protection. So now we have 10 minutes that I would invite you, who are relevant actors in this process. Let us talk about the challenges that we face and what contributions you think can be made.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ruth Spencer from Antigua and Barbuda. I think it's very important for the focal points for the Escazú in each country build synergies with the other focal points who go to the global meetings. Especially biodiversity, there's an IPLC caucus. Many of you know about it. Helena, you know about it. And in this caucus, the voices of the people are so strong. It's always on the front burner priority about the plight of environmental defenders. And we need your focal points when they are adopting decisions, especially in biodiversity, to bring up the Escazú Agreement, because many of those participating from Latin America, they don't seem to know about the Escazú Agreement. But it has to be integrated in the other conventions. The conventions are focused on people. And if these new voices are left out, where are we going? I always meet Claudia, she says, I meet some of the other focal points, but chemicals and waste, Minamata, all these conventions are trying to integrate local knowledge processes, even the science policy processes. So Escazú cannot be a standalone convention. Our voices must feed into all these other processes. I know it's a lot of work, but we have to be committed and dedication to push for people-centered processes. And I thank those of you who are doing that, but continue, you know. Colombia at the last Biodiversity Cup, the Escazú side event was so big, sold out. There were so many people outside. I think Carlos would remember that, you know. There were no seats. People want to hear about these human rights processes. So let's do our best to push it, to integrate it, to mainstream, because it touches all the vulnerable groups, women, youth, children. Now my work is going into prisons because we have incarcerated people there. They too have knowledge, they too have rights. So our work with that gender lens has to be very broad. It has to be inclusive. And I'm glad Afro-Descendants was adopted by the last Biodiversity Cup. So there now it's indigenous people, local communities, Afro-Descendants. So it's an inclusive process. So let's really do our best to push for the Escazú Agreement. Legally binding first, human rights, you know, convention. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hola, buen día, Francisca Estuardo. Muchas gracias por el panel y los aportes. Creo que reflejan en gran medida muchas de las discusiones que hemos tenido en distintos espacios.
There are 3 or 4 points that I would like to highlight. First of all, strength capacity building. I think this is a very important point. As an independent investigator, I have found that a lack of knowledge, a lack of acknowledgement of those who are in the front line, this is key. So going to the police to report, if we don't manage to convince people in the front lines of the principles of the agreement and the importance of defenders in the different expressions, then it becomes difficult. The gender approach also, if we don't involve the ministries of gender, it will weaken the institutionality that we want to create in the mechanisms, because there are people working in ministries who have created safe spaces for women and their communities and families. So there is a lot to learn. But if we don't integrate these things, then it doesn't help. So institutional coordination is important. Third, for the financial aspect, there's not much to say. the lack of financing is affecting. We have colleagues here. It is important to allow people to have an opportunity to participate in these forums. So if those decisions are not made, it is very difficult. Financing is important. And with the North-South financing mechanism, if this doesn't work, then it's also a major factor. Thank you.
Sí. Hola. Buen día, Olimpia.
Good morning, Olimpia Castillo Blanco. Yes, capacity building is extremely important. So I would ask Sarah, very few people get help, and there are a lot of people who need to attend these workshops. So I would ask, with the 2 workshops that will be offered, could it be done online so that all the people who were not able to attend here, and those of us, although we are here, all of us can receive this training because it's very essential. On the first day, I said that we need more to be done more quickly because defenders continue to face attacks. People are harassed, and some are still in jail, and we are moving forward here. Thank you. We should not normalize criminal action on defenders, and especially in societies where there is a lot of violence against people who are being thrown in jail. They face all of these terror campaigns. So they face kidnappings, and many of these measures are institutionalized. Why is this so serious? It is because of the message that it sends to the rest of the society. It is a message of terror. Environmental defenders are constantly harassed and jailed because of their involvement, and in Guatemala, the authorities are involved in this. There are people who are being sought because of their involvement in defending the environment. Another observation is that the public administration should become defenders of the environment. If the information about attacks is not collected and organized, then they're just promoting these attacks on the defenders of human rights. Good morning. Thank you. What the gentleman from Guatemala just said is very important in the sense that it seems that we have become accustomed, it has become normalized to see people facing risk just because they are defending the environment. So it seems that it's no longer anything surprising. It no longer bothers us. We have been inured into this culture of violence. But what is serious is that now a state who is the key actor of these violations of rights, especially in my country, Bolivia. So they are now using interest groups with political support to occupy these spaces. I think these spaces need to be very careful when this type of infiltration take place, because when we consider the objectives of the Escazú Agreement and we see these things happen, we need to take ownership of this instrument. If we don't know it, if we don't know how we can use it, it is difficult for me to use this instrument. So that is the information that is lacking. We don't know. I would have to go directly to the justice instrument, use parts of the Escazú Agreement. How do we link this to the local justice system in each country? This instrument is not only something that we identify with. We as defenders don't really identify ourselves as such. And it is out of fear too, because we might say, I am a defender. We are stigmatized. They think we are just looking for attention. We are just following our own interests. How do we face up to the powers when we are being forced to do these things? So we have to identify who are really the people in the communities, in the indigenous communities. Yesterday we mentioned 31 defenders who were charged because transnational companies such as Petrobras, working in collaboration with the state and other companies, this is disciplining us. This is creating fear. So who would want to be a defender in such a case? So in our countries, those of us who are working there have to share information. Thank you.
Good morning and greetings from the Mesoamerican area. I'm Dina Hook. I think many of you know me already. On our side, I'm inviting my indigenous sisters here. Please stand with me. I think that our sector, where this is concerned, we have been asking for these things, not now, but from the first set of meetings and activities being undertaken in the documents for the Escazú Agreement. The indigenous peoples and indigenous women, we have been repeating on several occasions the need to look at all of the decisions being taken in the framework of the Escazú Agreement. And the indigenous peoples, we also need to be seen, and that there are favorable conditions for participation in complying with Article 9 of the Escazú Agreement. It's no secret that in terms of the history, there's a debt owed to these peoples whose rights have been violated, rights as human beings, as targets, and their lands have been stripped from them historically. It's no secret to anyone. And when we speak of the environment, when we speak of decisions in Article 9, it says that the Escazú Agreement refers to framework in Latin America, and the objective is to ensure access to information, environmental information, public participation in decision-making where environment is concerned, and access to justice in environmental matters. And if we look at the situation experienced by indigenous peoples in Latin America, what we see in terms of decision-making in environmental matters is that we don't see that participation. We see violations of human rights. We don't see decision-making as such. And we have not been taken into mind or considered as subjects. And we have complained about this many times. So if we want to ensure compliance with this article today, the one we are discussing today, then what we need to do is to review who are these stakeholders, the indigenous peoples, and no one can ignore the indigenous peoples. We take care of 82% of the biodiversity that's left in the world. So it's impossible to deny that our very lifestyle, our vision of the world, we are still the guardians and protectors and defenders on the front lines of the environment. So that has jeopardized whole communities who have been killed, whose lands have been stripped from them in terms of Guatemala. I have my sister here, Maricielo. She has fought and struggled in so many communities. They have suffered loss of many of their communities because sometimes economic interests take the forefront. Their rivers are affected. They don't respect the rights of human beings who live in a given community. So, faced with all of this, we have made several petitions, and I wish to remind you once again of these. For example, in representing the people, we have at least one space where someone who is indigenous can share the voice and the reality and the perspective of what is being experienced by our peoples. Also, when we speak of gender, we always think of the many women who are here. We have our Caribbean women, we have our indigenous women, we have our mestizo women. We have different groups of women. Our realities are different. And so we need, at the time of addressing these issues, we need to consider these different realities and to give a differential treatment as well. And so we have focused on the need and importance, and we will continue to center on this with the right people. We need to have a special rapporteur on reporting on indigenous peoples, and to have other processes within the UN have adopted these measures. So we think in the Escazú Agreement, we cannot be left behind if we want to move together as one in all of the issues of rights and sectors and stakeholders involved. Also, we have spoken of creating a working group for indigenous matters and environmental matters. We believe that this group will include input and elements of the situation faced by indigenous peoples. And so that will allow us to have a space where we feel confident, there's trust. We are speaking of the violation of rights. So we will feel safe to think in this space, indigenous peoples, listen, this is happening to us. And this is what we are experiencing. So we have created mechanisms that can strengthen action, for example. And with our Caribbean brothers and sisters, the same thing. We know the realities are different. I also wish to remind you of these important elements. And also, let's remember, we have always said in the case of Guatemala that what is not written doesn't exist. And when you have access to justice, if you need to do a legal process, if there's a case that arises, we need the legal framework. If it doesn't exist, then we cannot argue well or argue legally what our cases are. So for us, the Escazú Agreement is important. It must have that inclusive language and also the conditions and spaces needed that will allow inclusion of us as an indigenous sector. Thank you. Thank you, Dina. And thank you also for standing in solidarity with her. So now, are there any comments to what has been expressed by the different colleagues who have spoken? Thank you. Yes, as part of the panel, thank you for sharing these comments. We have been taking notes. I do have something to share, perhaps a bit intuitive, but in terms of representing the public, I think it's very important for you to be in contact with the focal points in your country. There's a regional level where we can move forward, but also where there are particular circumstances in our countries. I think it's important for that excellent collaboration at the regional level to also be replicated at the national level, because it's on the ground at the country level where this will continue to work. So please find out who your focal points are to continue with advocacy in different forums. There's an article in the Escazú Agreement that promotes this advocacy in different forums, etc. And I think it's quite relevant. So I invite you also to lend support that way so that more countries will be involved in the Escazú Agreement. There are 17, it should be 33. I think in the different spaces, it's important to know how we can promote this agreement and extend it even further in terms of protecting our human rights defenders. Thank you.
I also want to thank the public participation and to assist the working group to the point that we're at today. It's always important to be very transparent and inclusive, because the action plan that we are preparing not just represents state parties, but also the CSOs, the civil society, in terms of the role that they can play in ensuring that the plan is one that can be implemented in a fair and efficient manner. The plan, even though it really caters, or should I say that the Latin American community has a diverse or a different perspective to us within the Caribbean region, and we do understand that your situations are vastly different to the activities that we'll face here within the Caribbean region. And even though that is the case, it is very important that we ensure that the action plan protects all of us, the Latin America and the Caribbean, and it also puts the Caribbean region in a position where we can learn from you, the Latin American communities, in terms of the situations that environmental vendors are facing within your region, so that we can implement or put practice in place to safeguard us, especially within our own little vulnerable communities, and the emphasis or the thrust that is now being placed on women and youth. So we always welcome the support and the responses from the civil society, and we want to ensure that your words or your voice will continue to be represented within the final document.
Gracias por la oportunidad. Creo que resalto de todas las intervenciones, las sinergias que deben haber entre puntos focales, la coherencia que debe haber
between focal points, and all of the actions to be in keeping with the Escazú Agreement, and also another important issue, participation and involvement of all of those in terms of the documents. I think also we can highlight other issues of personal interest.
Tal vez me acerco un poquito más al micrófono, gracias.
Yes, I didn't have the microphone properly set.
Solo un buen diagnóstico va
A good evaluation also that will allow us to generate the information we need so we can know the work being done by the defenders, and also to generate more strategies for quick action. We spoke a great deal about the data that we have. Unfortunately, we need to highlight this. And also we see that defenders are criminalized. We need to look at their work and the constraints faced by the defenders in terms of the conduct of their tasks. We also need to have quantitative and qualitative indicators of the impact. We could include these in the voluntary reports when we have an exchange of experiences so that we can be more visible when we're looking at the work done by defenders so that there's a better future. These are the main points that I can highlight from the comments shared. Thank you. In response to the requests made, I agree on the need to have a differential approach based on the different situations faced by the indigenous peoples, and we know that there are differential approaches that can be used. But I wish to also call upon us not to forget the instruments for the universal system of human rights. In the context of this region too, we have a regional system for protecting human rights. We have existing mechanisms, and please bear these in mind when we are drafting our strategies. With respect to the indigenous peoples, the human rights system has 3 specific mechanisms to protect indigenous peoples. The Permanent Forum on Indigenous Matters has a mandate to advise all agencies within the UN as to how they can implement and secure the rights of indigenous peoples. The mechanism of experts also is a subsidiary body of the human rights body and advises the human rights body on specific issues for implementation not only of the human rights of the rights of the indigenous peoples, but how they can tailor this with a differential approach, the implementation of all of the human rights approaches for indigenous peoples. And then we have our rapporteur, our UN rapporteur for indigenous peoples. So don't feel that the fact that we are not creating additional mechanisms leaves you without help, because the UN system already has these mechanisms that perform that role. As many of you have mentioned, and as we have mentioned here at the head table, it's important for discussions on the framework of protection in Escazú is protection of human rights, and it must be included in the discussions of other mechanisms, and it must complement these different mechanisms. I think our colleague left, but in terms of the digital workshop, we also will have an online session, and this workshop is one for training trainers. So when you attend, you would also be able to replicate this, and that way you can train others. Thank you. Thank you, Sarah.
Irene, cortito, por favor.
Irene, briefly, please, and then Carol, and then we will go to coffee break. Yes, quite short, I know, because of the time. Here, I would mention, yes, we know about the rights, as mentioned in the forum, but also don't forget other spaces, also where we can take part, such as the COP30 in Brazil. Here we have, right here, Joara, who represents Brazil, the Brazil public. So we have others also from Brazil, so we can have better coordination and offer that space as well, and also have spaces where we can continue our dialogue and sharing knowledge as to how we can implement the Escazú agreement with the different activities, especially in terms of climate change, etc.
No, pues tal vez como para ir concluyendo realmente
Perhaps just to
reiterar el tema de la
conclude, to reiterate
importancia de
the
involucrarse
issue
en los
of
procesos
being
tanto a
involved in
nivel
processes, both at a
regional como
regional
nacional
and national
y en la
level,
extensión de estas redes de
and
trabajo
in
en
extending
donde
our work
se
networks
apoye
so that we
no
can
solo
lend
los
support
procesos de
not only to
implementación
the
que
implementation
estamos mencionando
processes
acá
that
hoy,
we have
sino
mentioned here
muy
today,
especialmente
but
los
in
procesos de
particular
ratificación.
the processes of
Creo que es
ratification as well. I
fundamental
think that is
apoyar a los
fundamental.
otros
We need to
colectivos
support other collective
en esos
groups
procesos para
in these
tener, pues,
processes
ojalá muy
so
pronto
that very
33
soon
países
we will have
partes del acuerdo.
33 state parties of the agreement.
Bueno, muchas gracias
Thank
a todos
you,
ustedes,
everyone.
a Carol,
Thank you,
a
Carol,
Sara, a
Sarah,
Irene,
Juan
a
Enrique,
Constance,
Constance
Darion, y por
Darian,
supuesto a todos
and
ustedes
of
por sus
course all of
reflexiones, por sus
you for your
comentarios,
thoughts, for your
por todos sus
comments,
aportes.
for
Y
your
justamente
support.
la discusión sobre el
And
nivel
the
nacional,
discussions
este
on
plan de
this
acción viene a
the national
continuación del
level of
café, que
this,
ya está
we will
María Paz
continue.
ahí
We have
avisando
our
que
coffee
está
break
listo,
now.
así que
They have told
lo
me it's
invitamos al café y a
ready.
volver
So please,
en 15 minutos
let's
para
take our
comenzar esa
coffee break.
discusión.
We will
Muchas
return in
gracias.
15 minutes to resume.
Okay.
Please, we are going to start the next session.
Sí,
Por
por
favor,
favor.
vayan entrando. Vamos a empezar la siguiente sesión.
Gracias, Carlos. Invito a nuestros
Thank you,
panelistas a
Carlos.
subir a la mesa, por favor.
Let me invite our panelists to join us here on the stage, please.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Katie, Marcelo. Bueno, muy buenos días todavía.
Good morning again.
Mientras vienen todas las autoridades a nuestra mesa.
As we are waiting for the presiding officers to come up to the table,
Mientras esperamos, nos falta
we have
uno de
one
nuestros panelistas.
panelist who's still
Vamos a
coming up to the head table.
Bueno, muy buenos días a todos.
Good morning, everyone.
Encantada de moderar este
I'm pleased to be moderating this panel with the other persons who will talk about what is being done to advance the implementation of the Escazú Agreement among all the states parties. So this is the objective of this session. So what we want to do, we are going to learn from the focal points who are here with us. They will be talking about how they have been moving forward with the implementation of Article 9, dealing with rights defenders in environmental matters. We have 8 states parties participating, 5 from Latin America and 3 from the Caribbean. So welcome all. Before we begin, since we're talking about national implementation, I want to show you the roadmap for Chile with its priority actions under Article 9. This is Ecuador's roadmap. This was the first one that was finalized. So congratulations on doing this, Ecuador. Then we have St. Lucia. Kate Wilson is here with us. And all of the roadmaps contain the priority actions where governments have undertaken the commitments to take this forward And this is Uruguay's roadmap. You can check on ECLAC's Escazú page, and you can have a look at the publications outside the room as well. Grenada, St. Kitts, Nevis, and Mexico, who are not on the panel, are preparing their roadmap. So congratulations. They will tell us what part of the process they have reached. And welcome to Colombia as well, one of the countries that has recently ratified. And Diana is here from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Colombia, will tell us how Colombia is preparing to begin implementation of the Escazú Agreement in the country. Then, before I allow the speakers to begin, let me just show you these priority actions in the 5 countries I mentioned.
Hay 146 acciones prioritarias en conjunto entre.
There are 146 priority activities. So of those priority actions involving information, participation, justice, defenders, and training. So in total, 146 actions, which is a significant number, thinking about the resources needed to train and implement activities. Of these, 24 fall under Article 9, which is 16% of all the priority actions under Article 9. Let me stress that the first paragraph of Article 9 says that persons need to have a safe and favorable environment in which to conduct their activities. So this safe and favorable environment means that they should be able to exercise their rights to information, participation, and justice. It is therefore important for Article 9 to be related to this. It is not separated, but the environment means that they could exercise right without fearing threats, etc. When we say 16% based on Article 9, all priority actions contribute to this safe environment. There is a graph here. It looks a bit small, but it shows percentages of actions, information, capacity building, participation. There are some countries that have made an effort by setting a timeline for these actions. So we have medium-term, a short-term, and long-term actions, which you can see here. And there are percentages where these time frames have been set. This information can be consulted. It is available if you're interested. There are some examples of priority actions in relation to Article 9 that you can see here, from strengthening capacities and training for public officials, justice operators, and others, how measures can be created for investigation. So there are ways of letting people know who the defenders are and how they form part of this implementation plan. Another reality is obtaining funding for some of the activities that I've mentioned. Therefore, I would now go on to give the floor We will begin with Chile. On my left, Constance from the Ministry of the Environment. My question for her, Chile and Mexico have a cooperation fund which will be coming out. Constance will be able to talk more about it. I want to know how this fund will assist the defenders of human rights in the implementation of Article 9. We have 6 minutes, unfortunately, just 6 minutes. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to be here with other officials, other colleagues, and the Secretariat. We are the first generation of public representatives who are working on these rights of access. I am very interested in stating the context of the implementation plan of the Escazú Agreement in Chile, because we were aware from our baseline that our greatest problem was a lack of specific measures for assisting the environmental defenders. More than 200 persons attended virtual and face-to-face training workshops. We also had focal groups. We monitored at the local level, at the municipal level. We had surveys and meetings. And then we went on to the public consultation phase, and we had workshops in each of the regional capitals of the country with cultural involvement, with indigenous communities. We had workshops specifically for children and young people. We had groups where we tried to extend the consultation and to see what confidence there was in the state so that the community could organize itself around the plan of action. What we now have is 56 priority actions that have translated to 236 commitments. Where Andrea mentioned that beyond the specific commitment, all of the rights of access are interlinked, and they are a key part of a safe and favorable environment. So we had 17 public consultations and 14 private actors. The Chile-Mexico Fund, which I would like to mention, is something that strengthens South-South cooperation. First of all, we are going to have an approach to the evaluation. This is a priority action. We will try to use additional funding to evaluate the system of defenders in Chile if there are official figures, and then prepare a training course for human rights defenders. There is a training course for persons working in the justice system, but training for them to know and to recognize who the defenders are. We also have commitments within the plan of action involving a follow-up and transparency platform. All of these commitments that we have so far will be taken to a public space so that different stakeholders can give their comments so that we would know if we are making progress with these commitments. We are also going to have exchange with Mexico's experience so that we can highlight. Mexico has been working just for a few years, so we want to have a guide for the application of Article 9 using the Chile-Mexico funds and have an exchange of experiences concerning the gaps and the challenges. So this is a human rights issue. Mexico will have a lot to share with us, and Mexico will be able to continue progressing in the implementation. This is important for cooperation, and we should remember that capacity building is a key factor for the Escazú agreement, but also for human rights defenders. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Constance.
Thank you, Constance. I will now give the floor to Julio Iglesias. It's a joke that we have. But it's just a little joke. Welcome to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ecuador. There are a number of countries that have different experiences, so it's good to know how the roadmap is moving along. Does it move forward or not? So we would like to hear how you see these priority actions. Thank you. My name really is Enrique, but thank you for this opportunity. Thank you to our minister. Let me start my 6 minutes talking about the roadmap. This was a great challenge to put together a document, as Constance mentioned in the previous segment. This document allows us to include all of the documents for the implementation of the agreement. We started with the actions of strengthening legal and institutional areas, such as resolutions for the protection of environmental defenders, but also reforming transparency laws, because in general, most of the people think access to information and transparency are important in the public sphere. So there is a need to have that information with regard to environmental problems. I would like to mention something that we say: we only protect what we love and what we know. And we must have some more empathy with the objectives that defenders of the environment have. So this is a very important experience with regard to the rights and to include other rights covered in the agreement. So there needs to be much greater awareness among the population. We have information on 54 environmental indicators with more than 60 different layers. We have 46 data sets and a number of persons who can handle all of this information. And we would like to provide information in databases accessible to everyone. We also have more than 30 courses available on environmental issues. We would also like to have additional courses on the aspects of the Escazú Agreement. Participation is very important. All of the information that we have gathered and the participation forums have been very important. In November, we will launch the second report from 2023. It will also assist us in other issues of interest, such as the issue of environmental crimes addressed by the Office of the Attorney General. We wish to involve all stakeholders in the judicial sphere, so there will be a workshop to provide training on environmental issues, and these will be at a national level for officials of the Ministry of the Environment also. In terms of managing the resource as such, I can mention communication that we have in preparing reports on public consultations and human resources. In terms of training human resources, there have been 65 different degree options that have become available on environmental issues. So lessons learned from the roadmap, there is a clear commitment to work together and learn about integration and participation among all persons on the goals and targets. International cooperation has been key for capacity building, and this needs to be maintained over time. I am concerned about the lessons we have learned, the lack of trust that exists towards institutions, and I would make an appeal that we should break the cycle and construct new processes so that we can have agreement and active participation, and to foster actions to assist the most vulnerable groups, and also promote all the pillars of the agreement. I hope that we are able to complete all of the tasks that we need to in the coming time that we have. Thank you, Ecuador. Congratulations on all of the progress that you have made in the information that you've prepared.
Wilson, our legal officer from St. Lucia, the Ministry of Environment. So St. Lucia is also the first Caribbean country with a roadmap. So that is fantastic. So I would love to your priority actions, specifically also with emphasis on Article 9. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, my fellow panelists. And yes, as you did see, St. Lucia, we have completed our implementation roadmap, and we are extremely thrilled that, through consultation, we were able to get a number of priority actions which we are embarking on for the next 3 years. Okay, so thus far what we are at the moment trying to do is that we have been trying to get, and it was very timely that the Committee to Support Implementation and Compliance of the Escazú Agreement came to St. Lucia, because we wanted to make copies available to a number of the implementation roadmap. We didn't have enough, but when they came, they bought some. And so we were well able to give the Chief Justice and his judiciary copies. We were able to get some to the House of Parliament and the Senate, and a number of other departments which are intrinsic to the implementation of the Escazú Agreement in St. Lucia, especially the OECS Commission, because they were all asking for a hard copy of it. Of course, we told them where to download it, but I don't know why. People seem to always want to have a hard copy. So now that they have had a hard copy of it, what we have engaged them in very preliminary discussions thus far is to see what it is that they require from us. And so far, the judiciary has indicated that they need more capacity building, more training. We did a couple of webinars with them together with the Escazú Secretariat a couple of years ago when we were trying to ratify, when we were in our public awareness campaign to ratify and the Escazú Agreement. But now what we are at the moment embarking on is to have capacity building specifically as it refers to Article 9. So that is something that we'll be doing very, very soon. The other thing is in terms of awareness and recognition. We have teamed up, there is a project in St. Lucia which is really at the Sustainable Development Department, which is where I come from. They are doing access and benefit sharing. And in terms of genetic resources and so on. They have indicated that they now have resources that they can assist the Escazú Agreement. So the fourth priority action, which is providing comprehensive support, is taken care of. We have secured some funding there to get some more, public awareness on that. In terms of access to justice, again, I said that we have spoken to the Attorney General's chambers, especially the Legislative Drafting Unit, in terms of two things which are very, very vexing to me as the focal point for the Escazú Agreement, and that is the enactment of the Freedom of Information bill, which has been there since 2009, and which really embodies all the provisions of the Escazú Agreement, and we really want that. So we've spoken to the Legislative Drafting Unit about that, and we've also spoken in terms of constitutional reform to see whether we can now have rights of nature enshrined in our Constitution. Of course, the response has not been really enthusiastic. We've been told, okay, we are going to deal with the low-hanging fruit for now, and then in time we will consider it. So we're going to be pondering on it and going down that door for some time, because we really want those two things done at the moment, which is a constitutional reform to get rights of nature enshrined in the Constitution and to enact that long-standing Freedom of Information bill. However, in terms of the Fiscal Planning Act, we have had some changes. We have had improvements now on the impact assessments. We've had a new, improvements to the bill and to the act. So that is good. So in terms of public participation and in terms of impact assessments, we are working on that. And finally, which is in terms of awareness and overall recognition, we are again working closely with Mr. Tulsi and his CSOs and the general public to see if we can now put in a few more. I have already identified a spot for billboards. We want to put some more, have some more public awareness, going back into the schools. Again, the judiciaries, the Chief Justice is actually going into schools across the region, so we are going to be teaming up with them to do a little more work on that. So that is where we're at, and we're hoping that over the next 3 years, we'll be able to tell you what more that we can do. So I'll stop here and say thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that update. Quisiera hacer una breve, hay un breve espacio para preguntas. Entonces me encantaría, tener 2 o 3 preguntas para las presentaciones que tenemos ahora.
presentations, and of course we will have another space for further questions. Anyone wishes to ask Chile or Ecuador or St. Lucia a question?
No.
Thanks for those presentations so far. This is for Constance. You are doing a lot. What I want to know, has your enlightened on new staff to be able to carry out all these activities in Chile? How was the situation before Escazú in terms of your staff in your department? Because you've done a lot, and I want to know if you have a new division for the Escazú agreement, new staff in, what changes has taken place in your ministry for your accomplishments?
Thank you. Okay, thank you. So, Tomás Severino from Mexico.
Thomas,
thank you. How are you? Thank you. Good morning. Thanks for the presentations. Just a question that what went wrong in terms of the reception, for example, of the public officials and the implementation or and getting it on board on the roadmap? O sea, ¿cuáles fueron las dificultades desde los funcionarios, desde las autoridades que tuvieron que subirse a este proceso de elaboración de la hoja de ruta? Pues porque uno supondría que no fue tan fácil o sencillo, que hubo que convencer, que había gente que no creía, que no entendía por qué. En fin, un poco la experiencia desde los obstáculos. Gracias.
Hola, buenos días para Ecuador, para Julio, para Juan Enrique. ¿Nos podrías dar más detalles sobre la ruta?
About the roadmap or the indicators in terms of the Office of the Ombudsman, what was envisaged in Ecuador? I'm particularly interested in knowing for that interinstitutional body, how is it made up in terms of defenders? Thank you. Thank you. Constance, would you like to start? Or perhaps...
Difficulties in implementing the question that Tomás asked? Okay.
When you have a roadmap, you need to involve certain people so that you can have good ideas. And in general, I think in Ecuador, for the roadmap, there was a good context, good variables that assisted for it to work and come together, especially when dealing with the Escazú agreement. That was in 22nd of April, 2021. And so you have that commitment, you have the action plan for implementing the Escazú agreement. And you also have the authorities who are involved. I think that is the main point. You need to have, it was Decree 59, with a specific article referring to access to information and citizen participation for the Escazú agreement. So there was a great push so that it helped the roadmap and we could move forward to implementing this. And based on this, I think the greatest challenge is to continue involving stakeholders with those who are directly linked to the agreement. And in this way, we can move forward to ratifying focal points in other areas. So we need to maintain that follow-up. So yes, the legal basis is important for the documents. They must be in keeping with international agreements and also involve career professionals and the focal points for each of these. That's one of the challenges we've been having for this process. That was for the first question. I think we can share further information on that for the Office of the Ombudsman. Constance? It seems two simple questions, no? But they're quite difficult. We'd have to go back to the beginning of the Escazú Agreement. We all know that the right to access didn't start with Escazú. What Escazú does is to give us standards for rights that all countries have already committed to respect and protect and promote. Escazú's difference, it gives us an opportunity to strengthen capacities and cooperation. So, when public institutions are involved, when you manage to achieve and link the international agenda with the national one, you can move forward. And I think the difficulties usually lie in the usual suspects. The first thing, we need political will. That is essential. You need political will so that you can overcome any difficulty. Point two also deals with technical capacity, and that technical capacity is not only with environment ministries. When Ruth asked me, did your office grow? Did your office grow? But no. But we know our responsibility. We need to have better coordination. None of the units, I would say, of us here, we access to information, access to participation, access to justice, defenders. No ministry only deals with those issues. No state power only deals with those issues. No national unit only deals with those issues. It is shared throughout the country. So those lacks of single competencies means we need to have cooperation and international coordination, which is necessary to move forward. And so now the sustainability of this agreement is key. If it only fell to the one office or to one ministry, or if it was not linked to commitments to other instruments, such as the national plans for human rights, or the Agenda 2030, or the other agencies, then it would be very difficult to last. So we know that the difficulties lie in developing countries with limited resources. It's difficult to have coherence, to have synergies, and to have consistency at the institutional level, and you can't do that alone. Thank you. Let's continue then with Uruguay. Mr. Marcelo Caucillo from the Environment Ministry, who is chair of the COP of the Escazú Agreement. And we had chatted with Marcelo that Uruguay is soon to change government, and so we would like to find out how things have been with the roadmap with this change of government. Marcelo, please. Thank you, Andrea. And it's a pleasure to be here on the panel with everyone, with colleagues. We have all worked at different moments, always focusing on our roadmaps and our implementation plans in our different countries. Indeed, Uruguay started this process. We've gone through this for about a year and a half to finalize our roadmap for implementing the agreement with cooperation from the Secretariat and from ECLAC. This process, and let me tell you, because I want to respond to one of the questions that was asked. I think they are related. Uruguay discussed how to move this forward, if we needed to create a new institutional framework, if it was necessary to focus on a new office. And so in this analysis, we found that the country, in addition to having created an environment ministry in 1990, it had also created a commission, an advisory commission for the environment, an interinstitutional agency, one that was collective in nature, comprising representatives from the very Environment Ministry, from all of the ministries and other state agencies, and also with social sector representatives from the business sector, industrial, agricultural, workers, and also from civil society, because this commission comprised NGOs, that is, NGOs who were responsible for first-level NGOs. So, what was decided was that drafting this roadmap fell to that commission, and they set up a special working group for this. And they developed the entire process within that year and a half through different agencies. First, they created a type of committee of friends, a committee of friends for the roadmap. These were persons who shared their initial vision in a voluntary fashion, and they represented different organizations within the administration and different sectors as well of civil society, both private and also NGOs. So there we had a first draft, and there were more than 60 interviews held with stakeholders who were specially singled out from all of those sectors, and that allowed us to draft the baseline for our evaluation. We did have public consultation as well for that first draft of our roadmap. Just to give you an idea of the kinds of responses we received, 72% more or less were comments and answers from civil society. About 15% were from state agencies, and the rest were from professional and academic organizations and trade unions. So it was a varied responses, and this allowed us to draft a corrected version, a second version of the roadmap. Always coordinated by this group that contained representatives from the public and the private sector, and NGOs as well. So the final version was submitted to the Environmental Advisory Plenary. They approved it in August 2024. And so now it went through an administrative process within the Environment Ministry, and this ended in November of 2024 with the approval by the Environment Minister that approved the roadmap as an international implementation plan. So from the Escazú Agreement and from the Uruguay law on access to information, participation, and access to justice, I think that's an important point. The roadmap allows that linkage between the obligations in the agreement and the national provisions, and not only to identify gaps or needs to tailor it, but also to implement these in a concrete fashion, the obligations in the agreement and the national provisions. There, they identified 22 priority actions with objectives and goals. Of these, we have a percentage, as Andrea said, about 10%, because of these priority actions, they refer specifically to defenders. As Andrea well said in her introduction, we had elections last year in Uruguay, and in March 1 this year, the administration changed. So this was a challenge, because now the roadmap was drafted in the previous administration. It was concluded towards the end of that administration. And for the South, it's summer in January and February, because work life is reduced quite a bit. And the new government that started on March 1, after assuming office and after being fully made aware of everything in train, they decided to continue, to adopt and continue, as we had hoped, with the implementation of the roadmap in the terms approved by the previous administration. And this now, based on these days, work that have transpired, this is quite recent, the designation of the new minister, we were able to revisit all of the activities as they had originally been envisaged. Thank you. Thank you, Marcelo, for sharing that work, and we see that the roadmap will continue with this new administration.
Now I will give the floor to Ms. Chris Davis. So she's from Grenada, from the Grenada Lands Defender Coalition. She's from civil society, and she has been actively participating in the elaboration of the roadmap in Grenada. So, Chris, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, and good day, everyone, and greetings once again from Grenada, the Spice Isle of the Caribbean. I've been instructed to give thanks once again to ECLAC for organizing the invitation, funders to enable participation, and of course St. Kitts for hosting us in such a fabulous place. So Grenada started the process of putting together the roadmap for the Escazú Agreement for the implementation. The baseline assessment consisted of legislation, looking at the existing legislation, policies and practices to support the implementation of Escazú, and identifying where there are gaps that need to be completed. Stakeholders key to implementation have been identified, and we're now addressing the governance structure and institutional arrangements, and also the priority actions to be taken once, we can't decide that. We're just doing the initial stages of the baseline assessment. So once we identify the implementation committee, they will then decide on what the priority actions are, because that kind of will then reflect what local stakeholders have signaled should be the priority actions. So at the moment, I think we've been presented with several models of an implementation committee, and I think we're kind of coming towards a Chile model for this committee, which consists of government and non-government entities. And what came out in the various consultations and discussions on governance model was that it was important to have a balance of governmental and non-governmental voices, so that it ensures that there's that all voices are being heard. Because in my experience in the voluntary sector, in the NGO movement, is that voices of government kind of tend to drown out the voices of the people, if you like, because they have their issues and their what they want to do. So often we have to. So now I'm trying to particularly make sure that our voices are heard on behalf of environmental defenders, And there's quite a few of them in the tri-island state of Grenada. Several environmental groups, environmental defenders, have been very active, and we've had to take legal action against the Planning and Development Authority in Grenada because we weren't allowed public access to information or to participate in decision-making processes. So we're still waiting for the outcome of some of those cases. The judges are still in chambers, as it were, deliberating. Unfortunately, at present, a real gap, as we've been going through all these discussions and meeting with the public, a real gap has become apparent in that people don't feel safe, and I've heard it again and again here during this conference, that people don't feel safe about asking for information and speaking out. They don't seem to understand that they already have the right to ask for more information, seek clarity, and if necessary, challenge what they consider to be unsuitable developments, especially the ones in what we think are in fragile ecosystems, where goods and services are often lost to the locals, or developments that don't take the local cultural heritage of the area into consideration, or developments that are not sustainable. And as far as Grenada Land Actors are concerned, we have 3 of them already, 3 huge developments, mega developments, that have trashed 3 pristine mangroves in Grenada. And to us, they are not sustainable, not in this time of climate change. And unfortunately, what happens with us is that thankfully, we don't meet with the violence that a lot of the Latin American countries are facing. But people are kind of persuaded that any development is progress for the country. And this is often, supported by the fact that we have such partisan politics in our country. So any critique of any administration is treated with contempt, ridicule, where we're just creating bacchanal, we're just making a lot of noise. This is how we're treated. And this was even done by the Prime Minister recently in the budget debate, where he called us, where he said we were using mauvais langue to challenge what was going on in regards to an industrial plant that's being built. So we're labeled as anti-progress, anti-development. And, the argument is used often by the administration that, these will provide jobs, you will get jobs, this is why it's important. But to date, this has not proven to be true. Often they bring in their own people from their own countries, because most of these people are foreign developers. So they bring people in, they house them, they build dormitories for them, which they have done in Levera, in the north of the island. So it's not true, but it's too late, because by then the mangroves are trashed and there's not much we can do. So the baseline assessment of legislation, policies and plans completed by lawyer Daniel Andrada has provided us with a clear picture of what sections of the Grenadian Constitution support the notion of free speech and the right to challenge without being discriminated against. This was really important for me because I've been continually asking, where is our Freedom of Information Act? And apparently it was looked at in 2007, I think, and then kind of brought back to the table in 2009. And the new administration, we came into power in 2023, promised this was one of the first things they would look at. We're in 2025, nothing has happened. Okay, I'm being told 1 minute. So moving forward, recognizing Grenada's need to understand the relevant legislation, Grenada Land Actors has already launched a program of education and awareness training as some of the priority actions in Article 9 are telling us. And the training includes, talking about the existing laws in Grenada, which aren't very many, but also the Escazú Agreement. And the sessions have been really well attended by both government and non-government. And hopefully, some representatives of the Planning and Development Authority came. So I'm hoping this shows that we are going to have lots of support for the Escazú Agreement. So the key recommendations that have been supported to date include update and passing of Grenada's Freedom of Information Bill, which I talked about, preparation of Grenada's first State of the Environment report, which is going to build on the report that we did for the National Ecosystem Assessment. And Grenada was the first island globally to undertake and successfully complete this landmark 2024 document. And an update of the ESIA administration process, which will serve as a model for use in other OECS member states as the Escazú Agreement is ratified throughout the region. So these are some of the recommendations. And for us, the Escazú's implementation has the potential to transform environmental and human rights, to support truly sustainable action and development, and will give us, environmental defenders, a platform on which to stand in a safe and supported manner. Thank you.
So now I will give the floor to Mr. Derion Edmiat. He's from the Ministry of Environment of St. Kitts and Nevis, and they're also in the process of elaborating the roadmap. Actually, this Monday, we held a national consultation workshop for the public here in the country to learn about the baseline and recommendations. So, Derion, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Yeah, morning again to afternoon. Okay. Wow. Well, good afternoon again to everyone, and I'm happy again to greet you and also to update you on the status of St. Kitts and Nevis as it relates to the development of our roadmap. Now, St. Kitts and Nevis would have started the process actively earlier this year in February, thanks to the assistance by the Secretariat ECLAC, who would have provided us with some support to ensure that we are on point to meet the deadline outlined by the COP to have our roadmap completed. We would have organized our steering committee, who would have worked with the consultant in the initial stages to provide information to complete our baseline assessment, which we were able to review in March. Now, on Monday, as mentioned, we got a chance to really go through the document with the consultant, where we were able to look at the gaps within our legislative frameworks or different policies that we can update or amend to ensure that the Escazú Agreement is implemented within our different legislation or within our different ministries or departments. Now, there are a number of recommendations that were made by the consultants as it relates to the Articles 2 to 10, and we do realize that even though our laws or our legislations as they stand may suit the current status, as it relates to Article 9 of the Escazú Agreement, we have to ensure that there are priorities that are in place to ensure that there's protection for our defenders and also for that of the environment. Now, looking at some of the recommendations, we realize that in St. Kitts and Nevis, that defenders or civil society organizations need to really understand their rights and the power that they have as a public representative. Now, for those of you who were involved or part of the opening, you would have even heard our minister alluded to a tree being removed. I know that based on the history of this particular tree, if this was maybe in one of our Latin America countries where the civil society or the public representative is so strong, I don't think that that tree might have been removed. So it is something that we realize from our country, that our civil society, they are right. We need to ensure that they are aware of the right that they have as environmental defenders, and also the role that the access to justice can play in terms of the stance that they can take towards protecting our environment. There are a number of issues that are currently within our federations as it relates to our environment, such as the removal of mangroves and so forth. And I think that the Escazú Agreement, in the implementation of the Escazú Agreement, would be very significant in terms of how public defenders can really stand against some of the challenges that we are facing within government. Now, as a government official, it's very difficult for me to stand against stand against the government. So a lot of these challenges that we face, we are hoping that we can build our NGOs within the islands of Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, so that the defenders or the defenders of the environment can really be that voice that help to change political decisions, and even be that voice that even stand up against some of the political suggestions going forward. Now, as it relates to Article 9 of the Escazú Agreement, one of the things that we realize is that St. Kitts and Nevis Constitution recognizes that every person has the right, is entitled, whether your race, origin, birthplace, political interests, you have the right to be recognized. You have the right to justice. You have a right to the freedom. And we want to make sure that persons understand that as environmental defenders, that persons who promote the right of the environment understand that if you are discriminated against, that you have access to justice through the Escazú Agreement. The baseline also points out to us that one of the things that we have to do from our local context is to ensure that the justice system understands the right that environmental defenders has. Because from consultations, one of the things that also came forth is that environmental defenders are hesitant at times to stand up against some of the challenges that we face, because they want to ensure that they have that justice support. And it's very difficult for you to stand up against something if you're not sure if you have that legal backing. So for us, these are things that we recommend, that were recommended to us by our consultant going forward, to ensure that our public defenders and even our government official understands the role and the right that they have as it relates to justice in environmental matters. This therefore means that capacity building and public awareness is going to be some key elements for us going forward as we implement the roadmap of the Escazú Agreement. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. Y a continuación se va a dirigir a nosotros el señor José Ignacio Juárez. Él es de la Cancillería de México. Y México, como les contamos, también está en el
process of implementing their roadmap. And there was also a change of government there. So, José Ignacio, go right ahead.
Muchas gracias, Andrea. I'll switch briefly to English just to say thank you to the government of St. Kitts and Nevis for having us here in your wonderful country. It's a beautiful country. Thank you so much. Now I will switch again to Spanish. Buenos días a todas.
Good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure for me to participate in this forum. First of all, I would like to share the acknowledgement of the government of Mexico to the executive, the presiding officers. This space for open dialogue among member states, human rights defenders in environmental matters, international organizations, and stakeholders from academia. All of this helps to strengthen the action of the plan of action. The government of Mexico takes strategic steps for implementing the Escazú Agreement. With French cooperation, we have prepared a guide for implementation of Article 9 and a user manual. The document is available on the website of the Observatory for Principle 10. Aware of the importance of the guide and the manual, we will have a second phase of this cooperation project with French cooperation so as to assist the federal government with 3 federal agencies, and we will promote recommendations in the guide. We are working in the field. In February, a training workshop was held involving all municipalities of Tlaxcala, which is a federal state in Mexico. Mexico, with technical assistance from ECLAC, is also preparing a roadmap outlining the implementation of the Escazú Agreement. Initially, it identifies 5 priority actions. 1, identify threats and most recurrent attacks in certain areas of Mexico to prioritize protection in areas that are most affected. 2, to speed up precautionary measures so that they are adapted to specific needs of defenders of human rights in environmental matters. 3, published and disseminate among the authorities and the population the work plan, a diagnostic on the situation of defenders, and a mapping of socio-environmental conflicts in Mexico. Number 4, outlines the need for communication and cooperation protocols between the federal authorities and state authorities for investigation and sanction of persons involved in environmental offenses. Different persons have mentioned these, and I can mention some activities that the government of Mexico has carried out. The government has a protection mechanism for human rights defenders and journalists. This mechanism is in close coordination with local mechanisms, federal entities, and within each state government responsible for these tasks. This year, there will be 2 national meetings held by the mechanism that will involve representatives of the state authorities, the federal authorities, the state prosecutors, and other local authorities. This will assist in achieving greater coordination between federal authorities, and the aim is to improve effectiveness of the state's action. Work is also being done on the gender perspective in the mechanism. This has been taking place over a number of years, and this has led to some recommendations coming from the United Nations Office on Human Rights in Mexico. The Secretariat of Women has been involved. We have an institute. We had started with an institute. It is now a secretariat or a ministry. So this means that the status of women will be addressed at the national level. Action is being taken to link their work with the work of the mechanism so that there can be work done jointly. There will be a formalization of agreements to collaborate on these actions. The fifth point of these priority actions will be to set up specific protocols for addressing reports of violations of human rights in the environmental area. In 2024, the Secretariat of the Environment designed a proposed protocol for protection and assistance to human rights defenders in environmental matters. This draft is being examined by the legal officers and of the ministry, and after 214 years of independence, Mexico swore in its first female president, and the government will continue its efforts to respect, promote, and protect human rights to a clean, safe, and sustainable environment. The President has designated the year 2025 as the Year of Indigenous Women, and the government of Mexico has outlined its policies in this area. The main declaration considers constitutional reform in Mexico, which recognizes at constitutional level indigenous people as subjects of public law with legal personality and their own heritage. Under the leadership of the President Sheinbaum, we reaffirm Mexico's commitment to the protection of those who defend human rights in environmental matters. We have the political will to make these actions include the gender perspectives and include indigenous peoples. In terms of Mexico's foreign policy, just to conclude, in the area of human rights, these actions are part of our feminist foreign relations. And last week, Dr. Juan Ramón de la Fuente was sworn in, indicating that Mexico's foreign policy is based on human dignity, solidarity, and international cooperation. Thank you. Finally, to conclude the presentations and come back to you, we have Diana Giron Murcia from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Colombia, who is one of the latest countries to ratify the agreement. Welcome, Colombia. Diana, please go ahead. Thank you, Andrea. Good afternoon. On behalf of the Colombian state, I thank you for the invitation to attend. It is an honor to be part of this dialogue for Colombia with regard to the implementation of the agreement and human rights defenders in environmental matters. I would like to provide some brief background. In September 2024, the President of Colombia formally deposited with the United Nations Secretariat the instrument for ratification of the Escazú Agreement, and we will now be the 17th party state in the law of 2022, and the Constitutional Court declared this ratification. We have made significant progress in the figures show, unfortunately, that the country continues to be one of the most dangerous places for human rights defenders. Implementation of the agreement is a key pillar for achieving peace. This is one of the most important commitments of the commitment in achieving total peace, finding the structural causes of armed conflict and violence in the country. This policy is part of the holistic vision for political and environmental measures to be taken. This is based on one of the four main pillars. One, access to environmental information, access to information, defense of human rights defenders in the environment and other areas which complement the holistic approach. The strategic areas are independent as part of the implementation route. There must be intersectionality and intercultural action, including gender, ethnicity, and other areas, so as to reduce the different gaps in different areas. International action with states, organizations, and academic and others will promote regional cooperation and the exchange of information and best practices. With regard to all illicit actions against the environment, I would like to stress the strategic lines in defense of environmental defenders, as indicated in Article 9. First of all, to ensure a safe and favorable environment, protect rights, and promote measures to investigate attacks, ensure the recognition, protection, and promotion of the rights of people, rights and people, communities, state entities seek to fulfill their commitments towards the protection of these groups. The main areas included would be to recognize environmental defenders, understanding that society and the state should first recognize the importance of environmental protection in the fight against climate change and loss of biodiversity by not placing at risk the lives of these defenders and to protect them against dangers and threats. 2, protect persons from risk and violent confrontations, and to make alerts against attacks against persons defending the environment. This is considered to be a dynamic process to adopt measures so as to have effective action to protect persons defending the environment in light of the challenges faced by persons defending the environment in the Amazon, creating protocols to assist them in coordination with the national environmental system, and put in place a defense protocol through the relevant ministry and other aspects of the public system. To conclude, I would like to reaffirm Colombia's commitment to implement the agreement, and in December 2024, once this entered into effect, the ministries of the Environment, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, have met periodically, and we will be working with ECLAC on the roadmap and implementation, because the technical assistance would be very important to assist in the implementation, and we look forward to working with other countries in this implementation phase. Thank you. Thank you, and thank you to everyone who has stayed for the end. We have a couple of questions or comments, so please come up and make your comments. Olympia? On the workshops for children and young people, I'm just asking about how this is going to happen. Yes, I am Rura Lipas from Bolivia, to the representative of Mexico. You mentioned that you have protection mechanisms for environmental defenders. Could you explain to us what are those mechanisms so that we in our countries might be able to maybe copy the mechanism that you have? And second, within those mechanisms, has Mexico considered stopping certain activities that defenders consider to be not feasible? Thank you. Thank you, Felipe Romero from Mexico. Senda, I would like to make a comment and ask my compatriot from the Secretariat of Foreign Affairs, how do you see this issue? What would be most preventive? We have documented and monitored attacks on human rights defenders since 2013. We have identified certain patterns, so we think that prevention is essential with regard to the environment, and the Secretariat of the Environment is involved. They should be able, they have a much broader view, perhaps what laws, what public policies would be needed to make some adjustments or to harmonize actions, and at the same time help us to approach the issue of prevention, because in Mexico, Mexico is one of the hardest countries for defenders to operate in. We have seen that there are a number of proposals. For example, the stakeholders, it would be very interesting to do a mapping of the stakeholders. What are the patterns also of the attacks that have taken place? I think this is an enormous window of opportunity, because in Mexico, one of the most relevant actors would be the authorities themselves, because a high percentage of the attacks that take place involve some kind of authority. So we need to address this issue, and maybe in Mexico we could cut out half of these attacks that are taking place. So there should be something more structural that will assist us in seeing how we can address the issues of justice, what is the environmental impact, the issue of energy, the energy sector. Will there be assessments done in terms of social impact? And in practice, this will help us to ensure that rights are respected, because this is part of the original cause. We see that there are conflicts. So in doing this mapping, what we have read is that in many cases, the cause of the conflict is because of mega policies being implemented, and they affect communities. So this is my comment. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Acá. Dos preguntas más.
Are there more questions? We could take maybe two so that we can end at 1 p.m. Hello, I'm Brian. I'm from Colombia. Two questions for the representative of Colombia. What spaces for participation for implementation of the agreement, and how can we ensure the participation by the public in Colombia involving defenders? Good afternoon. I am from Peru. I have two questions for Colombia too. First, what are the main challenges for dealing with these conflicts, and what would be the prevention strategies? Second question, how does intercultural action contribute to reducing the gaps and adopt different perspectives in this environmental defense? Thank you.
For St. Kitts and Nevis and Grenada, please. In this small island context where capacity of government agencies is very, very limited, and I know government officials are doing their best, have any of the discussions on implementation of the agreement started to think about defining roles for non-governmental actors in implementation, and how will that be defined and arranged, and building the capacity of non-governmental actors to help implement? Thank you.
Thank you. Let's start on this end. Constance. Thank you, Olympia, for your question. Let me stress that, like all the countries present, we need this help of international organizations to go into further depth. We receive assistance from UNEP as a baseline, and also assistance from ECLAC in the roadmap. The World Bank provided assistance for us to focus on those groups that are excluded from the decision-making process. And this is the case with children and young people who live in those areas of the country. So we have face-to-face consultations. So we have workshops in areas far from the capital. And this made it possible to convey information in a different way. With the help of the World Bank, for example, they used games, and it also helped us to translate the language, and we identified gaps in this way, but we were also able to get commitments from some ministries, such as social development, to carry out specific activities for those groups. One of the main areas of focus was that cooperation is cross-cutting. So we identify areas of vulnerability. In the roadmap, we see how different countries, based on their own specific circumstances, are addressing these issues. So we are opening doors. It has not been very wide, but we are starting. And one example is the young people and children. Mexico, then Colombia, and then St. Kitts. Thank you. First, on the question from Bolivia, in 2012, Mexico published a general law on the protection of human rights defenders and journalists. This created a mechanism with a structure that has been strengthened over the years with human and financial resources, but also through international cooperation. And I would like to share a best practice, which is that the Human Rights Office of the United Nations in Mexico participated in the government coalition, so they have a vote. And a mechanism has also been set up for governance and decision-making, which is a government coalition, not just with the authorities, representatives of the authorities, but also from civil society, which has a right to vote, voting rights. They can participate in all of the evaluations, risk assessments, looking at protection plans that are set up for persons who benefit from the mechanism. Now, with reference to the question from a friend from SIMDA, the design of the mechanism responds to risks, as I indicated. So this is activated once a risk is shown, and then this information is passed on. For example, as you say, prevention is an issue. So there are other secretariats that also make efforts. So dialogue with the different secretariats is important. So as a focal point, we try to support the mechanism, not only by being part of the government coalition, we are part of that mechanism, but through specific actions such as training for different federal entities, as was mentioned in the state of Tlaxcala, but also through international cooperation. Yesterday in the Action Hub, we talked about an activity that we held in February, and there were persons, particularly women defenders, who attended to share the risks that they face, proposed actions, and it allowed us to talk about the Escazú Agreement and what they know about it, and the authorities are aware of these risks. So the Secretariat for Women and the Secretariat for the Environment were recommended to be part of this to support prevention.
Please, you have to be quite brief because we're out of time now. Thank you, and special greetings to our colleagues from Colombia and other states as well. So I wish to respond to the question now, and I will refer here to one of the strategic guidelines I've mentioned, in this case, intercultural action, which refers to valuing gender diversity, ethnic and population diversity as well. And it outlines that the Colombian government, through dialogue with these ethnic groups and specially protected areas, they have different spaces for dialogue and consultation for public consultation. And special mention is made also of dialogue or spaces for our indigenous peoples. So there's consultation there. And this was created in 1996. And these are guaranteed spaces. What is the objective? The objective of this guideline is to promote inclusion and recognition of gender, ethnic, and territorial recognition, and to work with indigenous populations, Afro-descendants, from Palenque, farming groups, and other specially protected groups as well, so that we can reduce inequality, have access to information, and also ensure justice participation as well under equal conditions. To respond to my colleague from Peru, I think, yes, we do have challenges in implementation. Colombia has just started the process. We have had challenges constantly, several types. We waited for 2 years once it was adopted by our Congress in our Parliament, and the process was not the agreement entered into force for the country in December, and from that date we have started our work. It's also important to know that the Environment Ministry has been working on this roadmap with us, and in that framework we are facing new challenges, and we are trying to, at least this year, we're trying to move forward with this work with the support of ECLAC and to achieve and to complete our roadmap. I think that would be all.
There was a last question
Thank you.
For you, Chris and Darian.
Thank you, Nicole, for the question. And yes, we are limited in capacity and resources in Grenada. We are a small island state, as we all know. However, what Grenada Land Actors is trying to do is, as I've said before, with assistance from CANARI and FEMA with some funding, and with the assistance of ECLAC through Andrea, been helping us with guiding us through the roadmap, is that we want to work in collaboration with government, and we put that on the table with the Department of Environment. So far, a lot of the ministries have been very inviting and willing to work with us. We'll see how that develops. I'm hoping it'll develop positively, but that's what we're trying to do, because we feel civil society can't wait any longer for government to do everything. So we want to collaborate in that effort.
Okay, so from our standpoint, in terms of the role that the civil society has to play, we will ensure that going forward with our steering committee, currently it sits with government officials. We want to have representatives from non-government as well. So it will be important as it relates to the implementation, because they'll be bringing the ideas from civil society or the issues that they have, because from a government standpoint, there are certain things we just do not understand. Right? And as it relates to financing, we are hoping that through the steering committee, that the government entities that are on board will be able to help with the procurement of grants, because we don't want a roadmap that is too ambitious, and then we cannot implement the activities. But for each different department, based on the priorities that we have, that we can help, that those departments can help to raise funds within those areas, because we have access to so many different projects that we are all doing within our different departments, to see how we can implement those priorities. And finally, I think the first question someone asked about academia and the role that youth can play. We have already started having that conversation as well with the Environment Ministry. And just today, I even had that conversation with that from the college, who is willing to incorporate the ideas of the Escazú Agreement within the environmental science program. So we're hoping that this forum would really help to push that forward.
Bueno, muchísimas a ustedes.
Let's thank you as well. It's now 1:07, so we will resume at 2 p.m. We will resume our afternoon session at 2 p.m.
Hola. Hola a todas y todos. Espero que hayan terminado, que hayan podido comer. Necesitamos empezar esta sesión, por favor. Please take your seats. We're about to start this session, please.
It's not on? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us after lunch for this roundtable that we are doing titled Part 1, Collective Protection Strategies Carried Out by Those Who Promote and Defend Human Rights in Environmental Matters. And then we will have a Part 2 of the roundtable called International and National Instruments and Mechanisms Related to Prevention, Protection, and Punishment. It's my privilege to moderate the first part of this roundtable, where we will focus on collective protection mechanisms and addressing individual risk and safety for environmental defenders. Because we are doing it in two parts, we will first look at the issue of collective protection and risk to support the elaboration of the assessment of the situation of individuals, groups, and organizations that promote and defend human rights and environmental issues in Latin America and the Caribbean. And as you're aware, that part of the assessment is the first activity to be developed under the action plan. It's under the term knowledge generation. So we have the first part that will deal with that, and then the second will dive deep into protection, prevention, and sanctioning of attacks and threats. So just to provide a little context to the panel, as you are aware, the first day we talked about the level of threats and harms against environmental defenders, and particularly we mentioned Global Witness's data and the number of defenders who were murdered in 2023, about 196, who were exercising their rights to protect their lands and the environment from harm. But there's also other relevant data that I think it's important to provide context for this panel. There was a report that was done from Allied in 2024 called Uncovering the Hidden Iceberg, which goes beyond killings data and has started documenting over 916 non-lethal attacks in 46 countries against environmental defenders. So we have both lethal attacks and non-lethal attacks. And the most prevalent non-lethal attacks that were found in their data collection were threats and detention or criminalization or arrest of environmental defenders. And so it becomes even more important to think about collective measures of protection and also to think about how do you deal with risk and safety as a defender when you may be subject not just to lethal attacks, but non-lethal attacks as well. So this, I believe, highlights the need for us to understand what collective protection strategies are and how do we strengthen defenders' capacity themselves to understand risk so that they can take their own actions, but also advocate for appropriate actions by the state to protect themselves and their families and communities. There are some key tensions that I hope will come up in this discussion. The acknowledgement that protection mechanisms, some are effective, some may not be so effective. So understanding what does that mean for collective protection within that context. Also understanding how do we think about learning from each other across Latin America and the Caribbean. There's so much that has been done, and our speakers are going to talk about some of the efforts they have made to make environmental defenders safer and protected. There's so much to learn in this space from each other, and also to think about how do we strengthen some of these mechanisms which have been developed by environmental defenders themselves and community members. And so as we begin this panel, you're going to hear from some amazing speakers. First, we will hear from Thomas Severino from Cultura Ecológica in Mexico. He's a former representative of the public and has a big role in Mexico in supporting implementation of their roadmap and their plan. He's representing the Alliance for Land, Indigenous, and Environmental Defenders, and he's going to give us a sense of the work that they have done in terms of documenting collective protection mechanisms in a number of countries around the world. Secondly, we will hear from Sonia Sanchez from El Salvador, from I Am Defensoras, who will speak about individual and collective mechanisms that their network has provided for women environmental human rights defenders across multiple countries in Latin America. And finally, we will hear from Hamner Manejuari from Peru, who's from COICA, who will talk about collective protection mechanisms and risks in the Amazon. And so I'm going to start off with Thomas, and then we will ask the same question of our other panelists. And the first question to you, Thomas, and your 5 minutes to answer are what are collective protection strategies and how do they work? Can you give us a sense of some of the initiatives that you are aware of, and how do we increase defenders' knowledge of these types of measures of risk and safety? So over to you, Thomas.
Thank you, Carol. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you to my partners in the panel. It's a privilege and honor, and I'm so very happy to be in the Caribbean. And I'm going to switch to Spanish to make it easier for me. Sorry. Bueno, en esta ocasión vengo en nombre de...
I am here representing the Alliance for Land, Indigenous, and Environmental Defenders, Allied. And Cultura Ecológica has been working with us for a year. We promote actions for different stakeholders in supporting and protecting defenders. Just to quickly address the issue, the first thing we have to say is that these self-protection strategies are a response from the groups and communities to violence. And these happen and occur when there is macro criminality and violence in Latin America and the Caribbean. It's a pattern. We see it throughout the region. And as we have discussed here, we see macro criminality, the fight for mineral resources, water extraction, all of these issues. And having understood this macro criminality and this link between authorities, the political and economic and criminal context. So in this context, all of the communities and peoples have had to develop their own mechanisms in response to this for self-care so that they can face that kind of macro criminality that exists in their territories and that permeates the communities. So these measures are a series of actions that are practical, social, cultural, and strengthen the groups and the people and communities. So we have to resist and face these threats and violence from these different systems, oppressive systems. Let's say it as it is. This forum is quite clear in mentioning these things. And so these protection mechanisms go beyond the individual person and the physical person. Once again, these mechanisms have to do with emotional protection, spiritual protection, cultural protection, and land management and use. Again, in response to these are collective responses from groups, not necessarily of individuals, that try to right the power imbalances. And they are also focused not only on reacting, but also on prevention. It's all about strengthening communities, and also they tend to strengthen autonomy, historical memory, which is very important, the cultural identity of communities and peoples, the sense of belonging also when faced with displacement and threats within communities. And it's all about generating support networks and their own strategies. This issue, without going into further detail, these are issues which communities handle carefully because it's their measures. So we can speak of public cases because in general you can't really mention people's names and so on. And they are all about, for example, community gatekeepers or guardians within indigenous groups and also rural groups. We have many examples throughout our region. It's all about having their own self-consultation mechanisms. We have many of these. There are also communication strategies, both digital and also to make visible these problems. It helps the communities so that from outside their cases are known in the media and also at a legal judicial level. Also, there's collective legal action, and there are communication protocols. And the other part that we are working on, at least in our region, involves networks, subnational networks, trans-border networks, and here, okay, let me hurry up now. We're speaking of collective healing, psychosocial support, because people are affected, and these are long-term measures, and they involve comprehensive solutions. So we will go further in depth in a San Javier Barranquilla situation in Ecuador and also in San Lorenzo in Brazil. All of them have had to fight hydroelectric companies and the authorities and against organized crime. And my time is up. Thank you.
Thank you, Tomas, for giving us a sense more broadly about what collective protection mechanisms can look like and how they can appear in the community. Sonia, I want to pass it on to you for your reflection.
Thank you for this opportunity. I will start with a document we have created, data that does not hurt and networks that do not speak. This is a document. We've been working on it for more than 10 years, documenting aggressions against defenders in Mesoamerica. We have 35,000 cases of systematized attacks and aggressions. 15% of these are aggressions experienced by defenders who defend our land. So this Mesoamerican initiative, it started in 2010, and we respond to the violence that we face because we defend rights and because we are women or with different gender identities that defy norms. So with this Mesoamerican initiative, we have national networks of defenders, and we have environmental defenders, we have common good defenders. And how have we done it? We started with generating the networks. That's one of the strategies that we mentioned when we speak of this feminist protection. What is this comprehensive feminist protection? For us, it's a political feminist policy that comes from the defenders, and it's part of our Mesoamerican initiative. This proposal allows us to recognize and acknowledge the defenders in the different nations at the Mesoamerican level. And there are pillars as well. There are other strategies. One of these is to record a systematic record that we have, and we gather information on all of the aggressions faced by our defenders. We also have psychosocial support offered. That is important. We need to know what is happening to our comrades and what kind of help they need. Self-care and collective care. For us, these are important. We need to support our female companions in this regard. We need to see what kind of support we lend and how to strengthen this collective care. Another thing we do under that strategy is to look within and to lend support in processes, in training in self-care and collective care. And we also have healing houses, and there we have women who take part, women who face crisis situations. They are fatigued, they need to recover, they need their bodies to recover so they can continue fighting. And so what we seek to do is to have them recover so that we could return to our struggles and fights, and that the struggle will not see us tired. Rather, we can recover and recharge our batteries to continue fighting. And what we do, we manage to strengthen our defenders so that the fight and struggle will be sustainable, and that we will not fade away in this fight. What we want to do, what we seek to do, is for this fight and this defense, we will continue moving forward. Not being martyrs, not to give up our lives. Rather, we will be happy to look at one another to celebrate. So we're speaking of recovering and celebrating our struggle. It's also important to work in networks. And we need to look at our territories. We need to look at our culture. And how do we also identify who are our aggressors? And from that point, move on. What's important for us as well is that our female defenders have tools. They have tools for protection, for collective care. But there's still a lot to be done. For us, it's important to heal ourselves and to support support ourselves as defenders.
Thanks so much, Sonia, for explaining to us about the Feminist Holistic Protection Project that you have and some of the work in multiple countries. Let's move on now to hear from Hamner about collective protection and risk management in the Amazon. Over to you.
Good afternoon. I think this is an important space for us. We have heard of the efforts each of us is making in this third forum with respect to now defenders of human rights in environmental matters. For us, indigenous peoples, this is a space that allows us to outline challenges also of complying with the Escazú Agreement. And I believe that this is action that we should be aware of this so that we can comply with concrete actions throughout our nation. And these spaces will not just be to tell our stories and give statistics of the death of so many leaders, such as in Peru, because they defend their territories and because they do not allow their territories to be taken away, that they take into account that the land sustains life for the future generations. However, these threats faced by the male and female leaders, because they do not allow mining activity, they do not allow logging, they do not allow oil activity and others that affect us directly. And all of these are promoted by legal actions from the government to ensure expansion of the different types of activity, in this case mining activity. In Peru, for example, it's a threat for indigenous peoples, and that's why the indigenous people resist. And that's why in this forum, we must empathize with the work done and in the transfer of data and knowledge that we use for building our self-care with our lifestyles. And so with this self-protection of the indigenous peoples, it must be respected by governments. And this will thereby ensure the safety and security of those leaders who are organized so that they can properly control their lands and have a dignified life for future generations. We cannot speak about self-protection in our cities. And we, in some way, we don't want to lose our lives. We don't want any negative recognition. And so we want indigenous peoples to be spoken of. We want them to speak about indigenous peoples and guardians. We have different levels of organizations, and those different levels of self-care must be respected, they must be considered, and they must be strengthened by the state. Strengthening the media as well as a space of early warning. These types of mechanisms that we are tailoring because of so many deaths that have occurred and because of the guarantees placed by the state are not always observed. It doesn't help to give us a document giving guarantees to the leaders. Those exposed are the ones in the front lines, not the public officers. The public officers can speak of self-protection, but it's just in writing. And we are not protected with words. We are protected with facts, with actions that we seek to build within spaces like this. And that is why I cannot tell the story about the fight of our brothers and sisters struggling. We will continue to resist, always with our own actions. And here we are asking for real action from the governments. We cannot continue to live in a country with dignity. We cannot be in a country as if we're begging because they can kill us. Rights are not really given on an equal basis or on equal opportunities. So if we speak of education, The one who gets education in the city, it's not the same in other areas. The one who gets it in the capitals or the provinces, it's not the same as others receive. And so we are here so that we can share these mechanisms that we have built, born out of our work, out of our partnerships, mutual cooperation among indigenous peoples. Our economy, our efforts are in everything that we can convey to you. That is the effort from our leaders to show you that we are not forgotten when we try to build our own self-protection as indigenous peoples.
Thanks so much, Hamner, for reminding us of the link between self-determination and self-protection and respect for indigenous peoples' cultures. And also, thanks also for lifting up the point that the state has a role to support collective protection mechanisms. I think sometimes there's a thought about collective mechanisms that those are just communities' mechanisms, but I think it's really important what you noted about the fact that states have a role to support that collective mechanism. So I have a second question for all of the panelists. I would like you to reflect, starting with, actually let's start with Sonia. I'd like you to reflect on some of the strengths and weaknesses of the mechanisms that you've described, whether it's mechanisms for individual safety, or if it's collective mechanisms. If you could give us a sense of what do you think needs to be strengthened and what capacities need to be built to strengthen some of these mechanisms in some of the countries that you work, that would be amazing. So over to you, Sonia.
Bueno, una de las cosas que a nosotras miramos como que nos fortalece es que trabajamos en redes.
Is that we work in networks. For us, when we generate these networks of people in our nation, it allows us to know what the situation on the ground is, whether it's environmental, and also working together, we can strengthen our fight. Another strength for us is that we generate evidence. So when we record these systematized aggressions experienced by defenders in our land, this allows us to know where the aggression comes from. Most of the aggression comes from officials or public officers, unfortunately so. And that's our difficulty, to report them, because if these are the public officers who are threatening and hurting the defenders, then we can't just stop there. We have to, what do we do? We have to see in what way we can influence or have partnerships with international organizations, such as this case, to document what we are experiencing and then influence at an international level, if we can't do it at a national level. One of the weaknesses is funding. We don't have support from the government or the state. It's always civil society doing the organizing or assisting with funding for all of the strategies that we develop in terms of feminist protection. So for us, we are seeking funding for this. And this places us in a difficulty, because if we look at sustainable actions, yes, right now we are identifying what type of actions can assist us in being sustainable, and to be sustainable with our defender networks, and to be sustainable in our support homes, in our healing homes as well. And perhaps the legal framework, for example, in El Salvador, from 2018, we proposed a law for human rights defenders. But the government has all of these bills, and one of the laws that did not move forward is precisely one we had for defenders. So we do not have laws that favor the defenders, the environmental defenders in our country.
Thank you so much. I'll go to Hamner, if you could share as well some of the strengths and weaknesses of the mechanisms, both collective and individual, that exists across the Amazon for different indigenous peoples. Thanks. Strengths and weaknesses
No,
of the
soy
laws.
Javier. ¿Me puede repetir la pregunta?
Can you repeat the question, please?
We would love to hear some of the strengths and weaknesses of collective and individual protection mechanisms that exist within different indigenous peoples across the Amazon, and what are some of the ways to actually address some of the weaknesses, and which are the strengths that you'd like to share with us?
So the first weakness we face in self-care from the leaders in our country is the absence of these authorities. There's no application of justice for those who are being threatened or for the persons who died because they were defending their territory. So what can we speak of of strengths? Strengths we can speak of when there is a conscience and we're speaking with real justice, when we have humanitarian actions, all of these actions on protecting people as women and men. The media, it's when a leader dies, you don't see it, but if an artist dies, everyone moves and that becomes very visible. So what are we experiencing in these countries? What kind of law? So there's a very great dearth from the state to deal with this. All of these treaties, they're not always applied. So we want these agreements to be observed in the countries. We demand justice in these spaces, but they are not observed. Everything remains in agreements or on paper, and that is why we feel we can speak as defenders, and I will reiterate this, and the officers, public officers, don't suffer these threats because of all the protection they enjoy from the state, but an indigenous leader does not have those protective services as any citizen should have. So this is also discrimination for the defenders, against the environmental defenders in indigenous lands. So we are asking in these spaces for reflection to look at the decision making so that we can speak in the first front lines of indigenous peoples. We can't speak of indigenous peoples without their participation if we don't know the realities of the lives of the indigenous peoples. We live here. We are real. We feel just like any of you. We have our own feelings of having a child, of educating a child, of training that child. But we don't have that same right, that same treatment. We are treated in an unequal fashion. And we have always asked, being indigenous is not a sin in this land. Being an indigenous person is an important contribution to humanity, to the land. And we make a contribution, especially with climate change, and freely so. It's not diversity, but there we give our lives to defend our biodiversity, we as indigenous peoples in our lands.
to you. We just heard about the lack of investigation or recognition of the role of Indigenous people. If you could also just reflect more broadly on some of the strengths and weaknesses that you've seen in the work of Allied, it would be very helpful, and then we'll go to questions.
Gracias, Carol. Bueno, lo primero que hay que decir desde
The
acá,
first thing that I can say, making that separation as to where we are in the work to support defenders, we have respect and admiration and solidarity with all of you. I think there are lots of strengths because if you have a sense of belonging to the land in those contexts, you have a profound understanding of the land. You don't need a GPS or anything like that. You have a much deeper understanding. So it is an overall integral and holistic understanding. The body, the mind, the heart, as my colleague said, you have a sense of community within the territory. So it is also a strength when you have community organization. That is very threatened now. It is divided because the people are divided. Some are offered certain good things and others are pursued. So that's what you have with different agendas. It is not a direct battle. It is an undermining because of the objective of breaking up all of these groups who defend their territories and their lands. There are networks, different support networks, nationally and internationally. They have a historical memory, and defenders, they are in the front line and they are more visible, and it is hard to hide because you see them in the news, in the media, and so we are more connected today. They should also be more connected right now. The other strength is Article 9 of the Escazú Agreement. This contains an element that we have heard many times. It's not a magic wand, but it's a space that gives us a window to make these issues more visible, which previously were known to specialized agencies, certain areas of the UN, meetings in Geneva. Today, the knowledge of defenders is much more widespread, and people know more about what is being done by the defenders of the environment. And there is also, there are economies of alternatives for the market, economic alternatives that are coming out of this. This is with regard to the strengths. There are, of course, weaknesses. We have heard about some of them, some examples, precarious economic resources. We have to survive. We have to survive if there's a war, if there's something else that happens. So we have to look at the short, medium, and long term. The communities are somewhat divided. There is a depoliticizing of communities also. There are issues of health of children, of women. Health is being affected, and we don't have the resources to respond to that. So, what do I choose, my community or my children? There is a lack of adequate public policies for these territories, and so they don't take into account these situations. We also have to maintain protection over time. This was very complicated because of, again, the money issue, the resources. So this is a very unequal fight in the war. There are people who put in a lot of resources, and we need a lot of resources. And the Inter-American system says to countries, you need to do this, you have to comply with this, and you put people in jail, you charge people a lot of fines. So there's an inequality of power. And then, of course, criminalization is one of the most notable examples. The violence and intersectionality in issues of gender, violence towards men is strong. It's tough. But for women, it is much harder because there's digital violence, sexual violence, stigmatization. The authorities as well also are guilty. And there's a certain amount of cowardice because people hide behind these things. And the local authorities and federal and national authorities look the other way, because if they have to recognize the areas where there are gaps, it takes a lot of effort on their part. So this is a very complex scenario that we're looking at. We can continue to forge these networks and work together at different levels in the organizations, perhaps in the cities and in less rural areas, to provide a second line of support and see how best we can be useful. Thank you very much for your invitation to participate in this panel.
So I myself have learned a lot from this panel. I hope you have as well. You know, some of the huge challenges that were mentioned include where actually the threat comes from government officials. How do collective protection mechanisms provide a defense for that? That is a huge challenge. We've heard that. We've also heard specific challenges for women, women defenders, and the need for networks of self-care, of psychosocial support. I think it's really interesting that this panel comes first, and we'll have a panel on protection mechanisms. I think it will be really important for us to understand what can we learn from collective protection mechanisms that come from communities and indigenous peoples, and what can we learn about government institutional mechanisms? What can they learn from each other? I think that's very important. And then maybe the last thing before I'll open it up for questions is to say, you know, when I started working on environmental defenders, collective protection mechanisms were not really even recognized. So it's such an important day that today we have a whole panel at the Escazú Agreement, Environmental Defenders Forum, recognizing the importance of these mechanisms and recognizing the work that has gone on for so many years to develop them. With that, let me open it up for any questions. Maybe we could take a couple of questions. I don't know, person with the mic.
That you can assist us in the process. You can count on us also. In the Environmental Commission in Chile, they will be discussing very soon a law on the protection of environmental defenders. So we are happy to see that. We want to see how it turns out. But I would hope that you will assist us in this area. I wanted to ask if there has been an approach to the mechanisms. For example, Peru has a formal mechanism, and one of the things that it highlights is interinstitutional cooperation between ministries. For example, I wanted to ask if this cooperation has led to better assistance, and could you perhaps expand on this?
Sí, en Perú hemos
Yes,
construido varios
in
mecanismos de
Peru, we
autoprotección
have prepared a number of self-protection mechanisms
en aras de dar cumplimientos también sobre
for
los acuerdos que se vienen dando,
the
¿no? En la autodeterminación de los
agreements that have taken place
Solo
for
en el territorio podemos
native peoples,
sentirnos asistidos, ¿no? Y
so that we
garantizado
can
nuestra
feel
vida.
that we are
Pero, ¿qué
receiving
pasa
assistance.
cuando
But what
líderes
happens
nos desplazamos
when
para la ciudad?
leaders
Y ahí
travel
estamos
to the
nosotros,
city?
¿no? En riesgo, porque
We face risk when we go there because
de nada nos sirve que nos dan un documento de
it's no use having a document talking about protection. So the weakness is that there's no compliance.
¿no? Para que un policía puede estar, se cansa.
A policeman could come to your home.
Entonces, ¿qué seguridad nos
So
dan
what security do we have when these things happen? This is a clear example.
Con esa supuesta protección para los líderes.
This supposed protection for leaders, it's not really working. So what we have done is to stay in the territory, and we leave for these types of actions to raise the voices of our peoples, to show that we are affected by these levels of risk towards our leaders. This is what we see, and how can we best enforce this self-protection for indigenous leaders? Not everyone is threatened. The ones who face it is really the leaders. We are in the forefront. So that's why the first question was uncomfortable when we were asked. And not even here do I feel safe. There are no criteria for those questions. For me, and I will say it publicly, it's a question that gives us discomfort. And that's what we face as leaders from day to day. So we need to ensure that people respect other people's laws. So we are not protected by the governments. So this is what I'd like to say. Practical reality, all of the laws we talk about don't really help to save a life or solve a problem, but we are putting all of our efforts, best energies towards finding concrete solutions. So first of all, I think it would be important for us to have laws, mechanisms, best practices together, working together. ECLAC has made an effort to prepare these common best practices, and perhaps with the committee and with the public representatives, we can continue to share the best mechanisms that we can to see how we can assist one another, whether it is a law in Chile, etc. If there is a law that doesn't work, if the laws don't have a budget attached, if we don't make the effort to enforce the law, we give people custody of our rights, but then they violate this, so it becomes complicated. So we have to find more community procedures and get the funding for those community procedures. That would be my first approach to this issue. The second question, it would be important for us to leave this meeting knowing specifically what agencies in this system, the High Commissioner, the woman, all of those who are present here, what specific mechanisms do they have to provide care and attention, actions that can be carried out with the budget, with the necessary persons to help someone who is facing risks. And the other point I wanted to bring up is that beyond the difficult situation that many of our indigenous friends are facing, I will once again stress that it is not just about indigenous defenders. We have many cases of persons living in rural areas. We, for example, in Argentina, not necessarily indigenous communities, but they live in the same kind of conditions of isolation and fragility. And in addition, in Argentina, 90% of persons in rural areas in our context have to deal with environmental issues. In the last 20 to 30 years, there has been a constant and systematic migration to these areas, leading to conflicts, and we are finding that our former rural persons and farmers moving to the cities. So we have situations where there's urban pollution, and we shouldn't forget about this issue. When we think about mechanisms, we are not talking only about environmental risk and the risks of environmental defenders in rural areas, because there are urban territories that are also facing these conflicts. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I don't see any more. Do I see any more questions? Okay, I see two more questions. I would just like to say two things just in response to that. I do think that ECLAC and everyone here is also learning, and if the issue of indigenous leaders coming to a forum like this, they feel at risk and they don't feel protected, I think that's something that perhaps the Secretariat can look into, thinking about protocols or procedures to think about risk and safety in bringing indigenous and other leaders here. I do think that's a very important point, and I want to underscore this. We already know the data that exists that indigenous leaders are the most at risk in the world. They're killed more than any other type of defender, so I would make that recommendation here just as part of the panel. Two more questions and then we'll close and we'll have coffee, and then we come back for the second part of this panel, which will go into detail on protection mechanisms. And please remember, we're going to have an in-depth discussion afterwards, so we don't just want to have the two panels, we want to have chance for you all to learn from each other. So I'm going to end after these two last questions. Please go ahead, Olympia.
About 5 more in these forums to listen, but also to have government representatives attending and listening to what we have to say, because that's exactly what we need to do. Make the challenges and needs of those who have to face them visible. This process also serves to assist innocent persons in jail with their legal process. We have persons who are in jail for many years, and they have to face an infinite number of legal problems. So this is the type of thing that we are doing here.
Sí, más que pregunta.
More than a question, I just want to compliment what our brother from Peru has said. And perhaps for all of our countries, but also the Secretariat, the government at times develop certain mechanisms as a record or a platform where you can register. If you are a person who is threatened, you are given a document saying this person has been threatened, but that does not save your life. It might make you feel even more threatened because you're now exposed to the risk. So this kind of mechanism doesn't help to protect defenders. What I would like to hear, for example, is when a lawyer, because lawyers also are complicit with the mining and oil companies, when they the government does not take any specific action. They record the threats, the aggressions, attacks. But one good way to know if the government is really doing something is to record, at least call attention to the attention of these companies, and to draw attention to what is happening and what aggression is taking place, so that the aggressors can see that the state has an intention of protecting people. We have to find a way to get the state to assume or to undertake actions. It's not just about going and registering so that you will get a piece of paper saying that you face threats. We have to know how things work, what works, what doesn't work, and how we can contribute how the state will take specific action.
Would any of my panelists want to respond? Yeah.
Bueno, para nosotros es importante, ¿verdad? Lo
For
que
us, it's
está diciendo el
important
público,
to
de que
hear what the public
el
is
Estado
saying.
debe retomar.
The state should be here listening to us, and we, the defenders, should be here without being afraid of any kind of reprisals once we return home, to be no fear of being criminalized or pursued or harassed in any way. Defending rights should not be a crime, and defenders always make a call for action. So we can have solidarity by sending messages. Kenny Hernandez, who is a leader in the territory in the community of Santa Marta in El Salvador, there are 5 leaders who were arrested for trying to defend their territory against mining and pollution of their territory. So when we are left in our area, capitalism has become global, so we ourselves have to become global too. I had asked for a photo as well so that we can send a message of solidarity to our friends who are in jail at this time.
With that, I'm going to close this panel and invite people to go for coffee. I know that you would like to take a picture. We can do that as well. But I just want a chance to get some coffee, stretch, get ready for the second part. We're not finished. Thank you so much to all my panelists for their amazing contributions. So grateful.
Hola, buenas tardes. Hola, hola, hola. Bueno, pues muchas gracias por regresar.
Thank you for returning from the break. So now we will continue with our working session with the input. For this next part, we have these different spaces set aside to analyze the protection mechanisms in our region that help us with observing the mandate. So now, I have colleagues with me from international organizations whose work and mission has focused on those cases where defenders and also other groups and organizations within the community have been threatened, have been attacked, have been troubled because of the work they do, not only as human rights defenders, and also colleagues who are part of offices of the Ombudsman or protection agencies, official agencies. So the idea now is, in this context and with the challenges that we have made visible over these past few days, it's a day-to-day reality. As we have mentioned, unfortunately, that has become the norm. The idea now is to see what mechanisms or alternatives exist, and also how they can complement one another with the reality that we live, and how can we interlink them? How can we have tools that will help us so that we can protect our own lives and protect us in the mission that we live daily. So let's introduce our panelists. We have Javier Garate from Global Witness, Ulises Quero, International Service for Human Rights, Erica Castro, Defender of Collective Rights from the Office of the Ombudsman Colombia, Leonardo Menin, Prosecutor, Center for Support of Human Rights and Protection of the Vulnerable in the DPP's office in Brazil, Eric Brown, Forestry Officer at the Department of the Environment in our host country, St. Kitts and Nevis. So we have our first question. Please, panelists, you will have 5 minutes. Of course, if it's less, fine. If more, we will have to remind you to keep it short. So the first question is about your experience and what you do. What do you understand? What are mechanisms for prevention, protection, and sanctioning of attacks, threats, or intimidation against individuals, groups, or organizations that promote and defend human rights in environmental matters? And the richer part of this intervention, to please provide examples that you know of at the international, regional, or national level for those mechanisms. So, Javier, please. Good afternoon, and thank you for the invitation. What do we understand then by mechanisms for prevention, protection, and sanctioning of attacks? Just to focus now on a few examples at the national level, because Ulises will focus on a broader universal system. And also I will speak a bit about the system we have at a regional level, as we mentioned yesterday as well. So these are mechanisms that exist both at the state level and also multilateral institutions. They create these tools and spaces for prevention, protection, and sanctioning. I believe there's a main focus on protection, and I would even say it's a material protection, one that is physical, a major focus on protection of environmental defenders. And it could be a bit a reduced view and not more comprehensive as to how we understand protection. What we heard in the previous panel on measures for protection and self-protection. So we know, for example, that both the Inter-American Commission as the Inter-American Court have their cautionary measures and provisional measures, and these measures depend on collaboration of states so that they're implemented. And we know that those measures have been weakened over time. I know that there are many people here who have asked for cautionary measures and the difficulties that exist today to grant such measures. And many times there is victimization in those measures. When you request them, you have to always constantly ask and say why the person is a victim, why you have to give all of these details explaining why they're at risk. And you do this because they face this victimization. I think at a regional level, we have these mechanisms that have been so important. That is both provisional and cautionary measures. It's a crisis, I would say. And because of that, we need to review and we need regional work done to see how we can continue working from the Inter-American system. We understand protection of defenders to be important. Now, if we look at the issue of countries now, at the country level, as Global Witness, as you are aware, we have been working for more than a decade documenting attacks against defenders and environmental defenders as well. We have documented attacks, lethal attacks, murders, and also forced disappearance of persons as well. Since we started to document these cases, 4 countries lead out in Latin America in terms of figures, with the largest number, Colombia, with more than 400 cases of people killed from 2012 to 2023, followed by Brazil with 401, Mexico 203, Honduras 149. At the same time, these are the 4 countries that have protection mechanisms in their countries. We know Peru also has some, but these are the 4 countries with more established mechanisms with their pros and cons in terms of protection mechanisms. We also know that these mechanisms exist because there's a problem, and the mechanisms are there to try and provide a solution or response to the problem. But we also see that with these figures, the scope is not that great, and they are not responding to the level of problem that exists. For example, we know that in the case of Colombia right now, there are more than 15,000 people who are under a protection scheme, and there are 318 collective processes in train of people who are under a protection scheme. In 2024, according to the figures of the National Protection Unit in Colombia, which is the agency responsible for protection, and also from the UN office, the OHCHR, 5 people under that protection scheme were killed, even though they were under that protection scheme. And that figure, we have it for Colombia, but we do not have it for other countries. We have asked for information from Mexico. Our colleague from Sender is here. He has also asked for that kind of information. The Mexican state has not given us that information as to how many people are affected or which which people benefit from that scheme. We have also asked Brazil, but we have not received that information as yet. So these measures, we see, from our perspective rather, we would see it's almost militarized. It's a type of militarized protection. We mentioned 15,000 people in Colombia, and many times the response is a bulletproof jacket or the panic button or a armored vehicle. And all of us, we have seen an armored vehicle, no? With a panic button. Those are not the kinds of measures that are realistic so that we can attend to the level of the problem that we have. And many times, we see the measures do not match the risk factors or the problems faced by defenders. Rather, as we heard today and on other days, they simply react and respond in a very constrained fashion to the problem. I think I might be over time. But for us, this is key. That is, how do you view this in a comprehensive way? We need to look at the causes, and then we see the issue of justice. That is also essential as a protection measure and prevention and sanctioning as well. So we need greater linkages, coordination, and a more comprehensive approach for this. Thank you, Javier. And thank you for emphasizing this fact that we have had many interviews. We need to find more structured solutions to prevention. Many times the threats are there, but what do we do? What can we do to better manage risk? So now we will hear from Ulises, who will share some more about these mechanisms. Thank you, Anaid. And thank you, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here in the Caribbean and to see the efforts of ECLAC and everyone, all the defenders who were able to attend as well. I think it's important that others have these types of spaces, and we hope that there will be even greater participation no matter where these activities are held. I have a question for everyone. Who here knows about the UN Declaration for Defenders? Please raise your hands. I see not everyone raised their hands. Of those who raised their hands, who has used it? Who has used the declaration? Even fewer hands. So I think that shows us something. Sometimes we know what the mechanisms are, we know what the instruments are that can be used, but we don't use them. And there can be many reasons for this. And because of the Declaration of '98 for defenders, it's been around for more than 27 years. Many things have happened. There's been a mechanism boom, an instrument boom, legal booms that seek to prevent defenders against attacks. We must think of mechanisms such as at the UN level, and that same mechanism may have protection systems for defenders. We can use those mechanisms, but what is the reality? It's different. So even though these mechanisms exist, the defenders, we don't use them, or we don't use them in a way that they really need to. So I will address that further on in the next question. But I wanted to focus now on what we have seen that are not as well known, but are important and that have been used better. Mechanisms may be quasi-jurisdictional. We see that there may be petitions, individual petitions for those states that have allowed the use of that procedure. They're not that well used. And I think there's an opportunity lost there where you can develop international regulations that help us to protect defenders. Another mechanism that is not used as much is the early warning mechanism for eliminating all types of racial discrimination. And I think that can be very important for indigenous peoples. There have been several early warnings in countries where they have addressed the issue of defenders also from a collective approach, and including indigenous peoples. One of the most recent examples is an early warning in the case of forced evictions. So what are the processes of persecution and criminalization in these areas? But it's not as much used in other countries. The other is that these mechanisms, political mechanisms, if I can say that, it would be difficult to sanction or to monitor, but these are important opportunities as well, where we can speak of specific cases or systematic cases of violations against defenders. And it has been mentioned in the other panel, where you have the International Council and all of the instruments related. How can rapporteurs, special rapporteurs, working groups, and so on work? So when we have these partnerships among local and community organizations and international organizations, that has helped us to focus on certain cases, and even countries speak of the cases. So this helps us to move forward in investigating those attacks and even to arrest them. I don't want to use up any more time, but many of these cases, they are successful. You have resolutions, and we have seen these positive results over the past few years. In a document, we have reflected this, Declaration 25+, and it addresses what are the new mechanisms, the new progress, and the new developments that have arisen based on this declaration for defenders, and how we should really understand the declaration. I will leave it there for now, and we can go more in depth later at the next panel. Thank you, Ulysses. I think that in this Declaration 25+, it's available. Yes, there are some postcards outside. If there are no more, please let me know, and I can share the document with you. Thank you, Ulysses. I am certain this will be of great use to us. So now we will hear from Erica Castro from Colombia. Good afternoon, everyone. I wish to extend special thanks to ECLAC for their support for being here today and to share the experience of the Office of the Ombudsman in Colombia in the use of these mechanisms, especially in the area of prevention. And also I wish to thank you, all the different organizations here, and ECLAC as well, for allowing the Office of the Ombudsman to be here too, and to listen to you. So greetings for all who are listening to us as well on YouTube and on social media. We thank you. So the Office of the Ombudsman in Colombia, I will speak about that role. When they asked me to share experiences on mechanisms for prevention, protection, and sanctioning, here, our office in Colombia does not have per se functions that others within the DPP may do, such as investigations. In this case, our Office of the Ombudsman, in terms of interesting mechanisms, which I will share at this time, encompass our history of conflict, and they have helped in the area of prevention. And since this is the forum to identify mechanisms that could serve as a good experience and could in some way strengthen capacities, especially with the Escazú Agreement, I want to share a special mechanism, which is the early warning mechanism. It's one that has been created in Colombia 20 years ago, as I said, because the country was in conflict. And for all of these years, there is a decree, which is 2224. from 2017. It's an important decree because in that regulation, first, it recognizes the importance of the mechanism, but also it includes the need to have a territorial and population focus in the mapping done as to risks faced by the population. So what we can share if there's internal conflict, for example. But the early warning system created by the Office of the Ombudsman in Colombia has not only focused on those issues, rather, it has also included warning about the situation of environmental offices. In March in 2024, last year, it was presented in COP16 in Cali. The first warnings we did as the office for those who were threatened in the Amazon area in Colombia. We issued those early warnings. So we made the risks of violations visible, violations to human rights for the defenders, for the environmental defenders. And we did this based on analysis in context of the territory and the role played by environmental defenders. This is very important because the Office of the Ombudsman, and I think tomorrow we will talk a bit more about this, has allowed other agencies who continue with investigations, such as the prosecutor's office. They have established the role of an environmental defender, which is what we looked at in that study of indicators for Mexico. I think it was mentioned. And that also encompasses indicators for access to justice and the need for investigations to be done, bearing in mind the role of the defender, because there could be a broader investigation done, and in that way reach not only those who perpetrate the violence, but also those to whom it's aimed. So our office in Colombia helps establish that role of the defenders. And also, we issue these early warnings, we establish the role, we analyze the context of the place and time, which is very important so that we can conduct investigations. We also identify organized armed groups and organized crime who threaten defenders. We also look at the interests that affect this. So the work done is quite important. And now, at this time, it's possible to say that the Office of the Ombudsman can look at those threats compared with vulnerabilities of people who are being threatened or who are at risk. In addition, we can look at the weaknesses that can exist at the level of authorities or the state in responding and defending the rights of the defenders. In other words, in order to implement the Escazú Agreement, the early warning system of the Ombudsman Office is an excellent mechanism to bear in mind, so that it can be strengthened and strengthen the capacities of other state agencies that also conduct investigation and sanctioning. What I would say is even more important when we have these early warning systems in Colombia, it encompasses the recommendations. The Office of the Ombudsman makes recommendations in that it guides authorities so that they can dissuade. So they, in some way, they give them parameters that can help in actions taken so that they can dissuade illegal armed action, so that they can prevent and that they can overcome institutional vulnerabilities. So the issue now, we will speak of challenges, but the last point, I know my time is up. These early warning systems have follow-up and are monitored by the Office of the Ombudsman. So we have to add, when our office issues an alert, it sends that communique to all of the state agencies, it publishes them, it disseminates them throughout the country to many entities and organizations of civil society. They use these alerts from the Ombudsman Office for their actions to request protection. In addition, the Ombudsman Office has meetings with authorities, with competent authorities, to show the results of their investigations and of their warnings. In other words, they understand, they have been warned that they must defend the rights of those who defend and protect the environment. Thank you, Erica. Thank you for this summary. We know we not that analysis. I do have a question. Are these also made public? Yes, everything is made public. And Global Witness has also used information from our early warnings. I think that is key, especially because of the call made for prevention. And many times there's a lack of capacity, not always of interest, sometimes it's capacity, so that they can be aware of that context and to know what the capacities and vulnerabilities and threats are. Now we will hear from Leonardo Menin, who will share what happens in our sister country of Brazil. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Buenas tardes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My thanks to ECLAC for the invitation. First, I would like to say that it's very important for those within the justice system in fora such as these, they need to listen and to understand the requests from human rights defenders, and also to disseminate this knowledge through the justice systems. I think that is very important, and that is why I wish to thank ECLAC. As you are aware, Brazil has not ratified the Escazú Agreement not as yet. But we do have mechanisms and protection structures for human rights defenders, for environmental defenders. And with that background, I will divide my comments in two parts. First, general guidelines as to what the structure looks like in Brazil, that is the protection system. As I said, Brazil has taken part actively in negotiations, and it's one of the signatories in 2018 of the Escazú Agreement has not been ratified by our Congress. In May 2023, the Brazilian executive sent the agreement to Congress again only in 2023, starting the process, a legal process at the national level. It is still in train. It is before another agency in Brazil. So, in spite of these circumstances, Brazil has two mechanisms that are important. That is the National Policy on Protection, which is from 2017, and the National Program for Protecting Environmental Defenders. The country, however, does not have a plan. The current structure is we have a proposal presented in December 2024 by the Technical Working Group that was established via federal decree. So our national policy, with a decree from 2017, establishes general guidelines and principles and specific principles that are quite general. The National Protection Program that exists because of a 2019 decree. It was updated via other decrees, not laws, but presidential decrees, where it outlines provisions for protection, and also it falls to the Environment Ministry. We have subnational levels as well that will have their own programs, or also they work through conventions or agreements with the federal government. So it's important to highlight that the National Congress is now working on our 2019 draft bill that will establish environmental protection through federal law. But it still is before the Chamber of Representatives since 2011. So we have a presidential decree, and this makes it is still before the court. So in terms of our national plan, there are two decisions, one from the Inter-American Court on Human Rights that condemned Brazil for the murder of a human rights defender, and the other from the Regional Federal Tribunal of the Fourth Region that condemned us for not having drafted a national protection plan envisaged in 2017. So the proposal for a national plan, which is more specific in terms of policies and much broader in scope than the program that was mentioned. It's quite detailed, and it is divided into three. Each has strategic objectives and programmatic actions, all defined with goals, indicators, responsibilities, and timelines. This plan is within the working group, as I mentioned, and now it is before the President of the Republic. It talks of the strengths and weaknesses of the Brazilian system. Well, I will mention the second part and analyze what has been done by the Inter-American Court in the case of Brazil. Thank you for sharing these initiatives with us, especially since we know that Brazil still has not ratified the agreement, but they at least have these instruments that aim to protect defenders. So we will now hear from Eric Brown from St. Kitts to hear his comments about these prevention, protection, and sanctioning mechanisms.
Thank you very much. Pleasant good afternoon to St. Kitts and Nevis. Thank you for the opportunity to share. When we think about our mechanisms, we must understand that we are a small island state, very small, and so anything that happens within our state is known quite quickly. Very hard to hide anything in a small country. Therefore, our mechanism is a universal one that is available to any and everybody, regardless to what is the situation, what is the issue. And that mechanism is our legal system, where everyone have access to the legal system, where you'll find individuals as well as groups and organizations. They can take two parts when it comes to being a defender. One that is have an issue. One of the ways they can do it, they can access that legal system independently, meaning they look for a lawyer and they would pursue a lawsuit. And so therefore that will travel through the legal system. The other way is that they can go through the system by means of going through government, which is a mechanism for the people. And so the government has its institutions, and different institutions are responsible for to address different issues. And when we talk about the environment, of course, we have institutions that would address these things, like the Ministry of Environment and other institutions that they can go through. But all of them, or both ways, works on one thing, which is our laws, all our legislations, and the regulations that goes along with them. And so these legislation anyone can have access and use them. The legislations of St. Kitts and Nevis, you can actually access what's written online, actually, in a database. And so anyone can have access to these. You can go to any legal aid and you will get also help in order for you to pursue any issue as well. Also, our Constitution lends us what we call freedom of expression. It is there. So that is also a level of protection for any persons in the country as well. You see an issue, you can express yourselves. How do you express yourselves? You can express yourself social media, using the media. Anyone can go and state their case, criticize whatever, give the opinion, whatever. Make any complaints that they want to the government or even through that legal system. Information is also available to persons. Also, the different institutions also gather data and have their database that you can go and access that the information that you need in order to defend yourselves or defend an organization when they feel like they're being wronged. We also recognize the international human rights, also all the basic human rights. We also recognize that, our legal system recognizes that, the government recognizes that as well. So persons can also use that in their defense. The right to food, the right to live in a proper environment, the right to proper water and everything. So any issues that threatens these rights can also be challenged, also through the legal system that we have.
Muchas gracias, Eric, por recordarnos la importancia de los marcos legales y la institucionalidad en los diferentes países de nuestra región. También, pues de manera reiterada, hemos escuchado la importancia de
including in our legal frameworks, not only policy, but the legal frameworks defining defenders in the broadest sense, with more protective and progressive standards, so that we are not restricted and we don't force the defenders to be restricted in terms of the law. If we have a definition that is not a correct one, we could face difficulties. So I would invite you to share your views with regard to the strengths and weaknesses of those mechanisms that you have shared with us. Some of those challenges and realities have been mentioned, but can you share with us some successes? And thank you. I would say in these mechanisms, in one way or another, they save lives. We know several cases where they have had a direct impact. So SIP do save lives, and that's important. But with thinking about the previous panel, where they spoke about self-protection measures and the weaknesses, we talk about threats to the self-protection measures. The fact is that we might face threats from the states the state or companies or the private sector. So in addition to talking about weaknesses, we have to see how these mechanisms themselves are under threat. We were talking about the importance of recognizing the work and the role of defenders and to identify the main risk factors. So in this diagnostic space, we should also look at the situation. For example, with Global Witness, there has been a great difficulty in gathering information about industries that are behind the attacks on people. The last report that we published, we saw 9 cases that were documented of these attacks. So we will only identify out of 25 cases, 23 were in Latin America involving the mining industry, which were behind these attacks. There were 5 in the fishing industry and another 5 in agro-industry. So when we organize ourselves against a particular mega project, but that information is not available. So the investigation by the prosecutor's office does not have a lot of information. So it should include, for example, what is the mega project? What is the industry against which the defenders are organizing? So it's not about a dispute among members of a community, for example. Access for this information in an investigation should exist also at the level of the administration, and that information is key so that it will help them to design policies to respond to the problems that we face with protection and prevention. I think, just not to go on too long, the issue of identification in that assessment that we do with the policies, we must be thorough. We have heard about institutional models for protection. There is stigmatization and criminalization against self-protection. So there is no recognition, but rather criminalization and stigmatization by the state. So the same risk often comes from the state itself. Yes, thank you, Javier. In many cases, this happens, and it is a state authority, for example, in self-protection and defense mechanisms, these tensions exist. So there is a role for the state where we are talking about self-determination of these communities. In Mexico and other parts of the region, many self-management groups, example for water, have had these environmental conflicts between the authorities and communities trying to manage their water sources. So this brings us back to what has brought us here today. Ulises? As I said, one of the strengths nationally, we have many mechanisms, very diverse. Some are very specific in terms of the reprisals taken against organizations in different thematic areas. indigenous people, climate change, rural people. There's a great diversity of subjects. Another strength is that the state is obliged to take a position in a particular case or a situation. Although at times it is a challenge, states do not respond to communication sent by experts. But we have to ask, what is the position of the state in this situation? In international service, we do an exercise where when a country wants to be on the Human Rights Council, we look at whether that country has the capacity or the morality to sit on the council, and we check to see how well they respond to these communications, what kinds of reprisals are taken, and the United Nations system takes note of this. In Latin America, we have not been able to keep a country off the council because it's an indicator used for many countries. I think that another strength, there is no limit as to where these mechanisms can take us in addressing different subject areas. In more and more cases, special procedures, treaty organizations, and the Council itself are addressing issues of extraterritorial issues. Many cases have an extraterritorial component. Some countries that are damaging the environment involve external capitalists. And so there are extraterritorial commitments that states have to honor. So it's not about the places where the defenders live, but also who are the external parties and the state involved. But of course, there are a great challenges that are faced in this. So we have to follow up on these cases, because this also represents a big obstacle for defenders. They are working to protect rivers, to protect land and territory, and following up specific cases becomes complicated, and it is really a disproportionate burden. The system, the international system, also obliges us to treat the applications in an individual way, but we have also been looking at it collectively. It must be done with the consent of the person, otherwise we cannot address the situation. And this makes it more complicated when we are taking the collective approach. The response of the state, there is no compulsory system that obliges states to act. So this does represent a major challenge, so that we would like states to respond effectively and substantively to communications. And finally, I could mention that communication and complementarity between mechanisms is important. If some parties are working in an isolated manner, but each of these mechanisms should address issues that other mechanisms cannot address. Defenders sometimes have to activate 3 or 4 mechanisms before they can receive a response. So communication needs to be fluid between all of them. If a person is attacked by a company that is domiciled in Europe, What is the Escazú Agreement? What is the universal system? What are the treaty mechanisms? You would need to have a very broad knowledge of all these different processes. So this is a challenge that we face, trying to find these mechanisms and push them also through regional mechanisms to get results. Thank you. This brought to mind, just to add to the issue of complementarity and articulation, we are invited to use other protection measures. There are regulations from the European Union on due diligence. When you mention extraterritoriality, so the country where the investment is taking place should have consequences for any company that violates the laws. So in Germany, there is a case related to Brazil. It's a pioneering case, but it can utilize these mechanisms and it can generate experience to resolve the situation in this case. Erica, can you share on the strengths and weaknesses in Colombia? With regard to the early warning system as a key mechanism for defense of the people, so to implement the plan of action for defenders, there are 5 important strengths. The first is the presence of the Ombudsman in 42 places in the country. We have 32 departments in the country. The Ombudsman has 42 regional offices, so we have a presence throughout the country. Second, the early warning system has a very interesting human talent with wide experience, analysts at a regional and national level. It also collaborates with community defenders who are out in the territories. And this is an important part of the system, and they report on the risk situation in their areas. So the early warning system has been very important because of conflict in the country. This experience can be shared and articulate with all of the entities in the different departments for implement. It's not only about rights to action, but it's also the plan of action for defenders. The confidence in these regions, of course, there are some territories where there is more need to build trust. But the Ombudsman sometimes can go to places where the police and the army cannot enter. They have to ensure their security. So the Ombudsman, in cases involving mining, illegal mining, these are the areas where we have greatest fear for destruction of the environment and threats against defenders, where not only people acting illegally in mining, but we also have groups acting outside the law to exploit and extract resources, and they interact with the defenders. So the Ombudsman in that case has made it possible to create humanitarian corridors and to work with other entities to counteract certain situations and to promote dialogue and come to the defense and protection of the environment, as well as giving a voice to communities who are not able to speak in certain spaces. This also includes dialogues to promote peace. In our country, we are also trying to come to an agreement so that the peace treaty is not allowed to die. So the issue of nature has become a cause to defend. So we have a serious situation with deforestation in the Amazon. So there are strengths with the capacity to develop dialogue in the territory. It is also possible to offer the services of the Ombudsman and provide technical assistance through legal consultancies at universities. And now, when we talk about the challenges, we have those strengths, but we have many challenges as well. Fortunately, we have the Ombudsman to assist with conflict. We also have the issue of displacement. So this is the entity that has raised its voice to represent defenders and to create a very rigorous campaign of information and education. Our defenders and public officials must have knowledge of the Escazú Agreement and its implementation plan. So this is the greatest challenge we need to reach the Ombudsman to assist with sensitization. The early warning system began with establishing the correct characteristics of what is a defender. So, in addition to the concept of an environmental defender, we have to clearly establish their role and do a clear study of risk scenarios and see who is behind the threats and the crimes against defenders. And this is what we are working on at this time. The Ombudsman is working within the Escazú Agreement, but it also has to work with the government, the early warning system, and the different processes and complaints is also part of this process. So there are persons who have to follow the environmental issues and share information on the Escazú Agreement in these cases. And there is also need for a broad program of information on early warning systems in environmental cases. But we need all of the environmental defenders in the country to know how these investigations are done and what these alerts or these early warning systems are meant to do. So we need to set up a registry of defenders and have some figures, some statistics. a reliable system showing how many people are facing threats and what is being done against these persons. A report on homicides has been prepared over a period of years, but we need to have a record of the threats. And so this is one of the major challenges that we have in implementing the early warning system. In addition, another big challenge is to create a major early warning system for the entire country with regard to environmental defenders. For the Amazon biome, we have defenders, but we need to do it throughout the country and carry out evaluation in referencing the Escazú Agreement. The greatest challenge is building capacity and getting the warnings that are made by the Ombudsman accepted by the competent authorities, by the Ministry of National Security, the prosecutors, and other agencies, and there should be a proper investigation and then the proper sanctions applied. Thank you, Erica. Since time is short, I would just highlight the need for sensitization. We have Article 9 in Escazú, but it is not sensitive if people don't understand the risks, then this can't work. So the issue of sensitization is very important to allow the system to develop and work. And this is quite ambitious. So next. Thank you. With regard to the strengths and weaknesses, in the beginning, it is important to say that analysis of specific case is less important than a broader analysis that the Inter-American Human Rights Court has done. The Inter-American Court has exercised a key role in assessing the strengths and weaknesses in the Brazilian system and improving the mechanisms that we have through standardization in Brazil alongside the jurisdictions in the country. There was a case in 2006 that resulted in a national policy recognizing the duty of the state in not placing obstacles in the way of defenders of the environment, to combat impunity. A second case in 2022 on the protection program in Brazil, and it was found that it was a weakness, that there is instability, that a law was not passed, but rather a presidential decree. This is seen as a weakness. And third, the uneven implementation at subnational levels. And fourth, restrictive requirements for beneficiaries representing a collectivity. participation of civil society in the collectivity was required, and also the absence of a risk model analysis. The court also determined that an investigation protocol was required to examine regional specific issues regionally, and a working group to identify causes and circumstances of impunity related to violence against human rights defenders and rural workers, so as to overcome this situation, including a national data collection system, a technical working group was required for this purpose. And in March 2025, in another case, it was determined that there should be decentralization and strengthening of specialized protection unit in urban regions and in the Amazon and other high-risk areas. Also, the adoption of a differentiated focus for rural areas and agricultural areas, and an immediate response was required, and the use of technological tools to alert on emergencies, strengthen the funding of the protection program, and strengthening interinstitutional coordination at federal and subnational level, as well as specific evaluation of homicides in rural areas. Finally, the perspective of a national plan according to the technical working group, and this is expected to become part of national policy. This has been happening since 2007, and it seeks to correct the weaknesses of Brazilian mechanisms, and it will work in 3 areas: strategic areas, programmatic areas, and providing timelines. The first area is state protection through different program actions, such as setting up a national protection system in the federal and subnational areas, justice systems and public security systems, and social protection networks, identifying responsibilities, updating and implementing methodology and standard procedures for carrying out risk and context analysis, and C, develop a strategic document for protection strategies, including race, racial, ethnic, generational, gender, and sexual orientation aspects. 2, protection of the people, including strategic objectives such as recognizing and strengthening collective practices and social protection through different program actions, such as recognizing, fostering, and supporting social practices, including making available materials and equipment necessary, and financial resources, and finally, access to rights and combating impunity, to ensure due diligence and program actions to implement a unified protocol for investigation and judicial cases, and using different databases, creating mechanisms utilizing information technology. The national plan is available for consultation on the internet page of the Brazilian government. It is very ambitious, and I think it is very exhaustive. Thank you. Thank you, Leonardo.
Thank you for sharing these policies, and we remember the importance of these differential approaches to have a more adequate response when faced with these risk situations. So now, the last 5 minutes go to Eric. We wish to hear from you.
Well, in the first round, I gave you the mechanism that exists. And some of you may think that, yes, we have it together. Well, here's where it gets interesting now. In order to access that mechanism is where the problem lies, in that to access the mechanism is very, very costly. It's costly in terms of finances, because for you to hire a lawyer and take a case through the legal system, it's not cheap. Also, it's costly because of the psychological trauma, because it's going to take a very, very long time to take a case, as the colleague from Grenada pointed out yesterday. And the trauma may be far more than what the initial issue was. When you're going through also the way of government, that also could be very hard and tedious. Hard and tedious in that, one, picture your legislation. We had issues with environment, and we employed a dog. And the dog we got looks great, robust. But when the thief comes or the bandits came, all the dog does is watch. The thief, the bandit, goes about his business doing whatever it wants. Why? When you examine the dog, you realize the dog has no teeth. There's no regulations to make that legislation effective. And many of our laws are like that. So when you go and try to defend, you realize you'll hit a dead end. The other thing is data. We have the institutions. We collect the data. But many times the data is in a form that you yourself can't even recognize what you're looking for. And the other thing is each one operates in silo. My data is my data. And so there's no centralized point to get that data. So it's very difficult. Again, you spend time like you're spinning in circles, trying to get that information, trying to access what you want. Also, when you find out, you may get some results. You may win your case. But then the penalties are such, all right, if I'm the violator, I can just take out my wallet, pay you $5, and go right back to violating. Because the profits from the violation greatly outweighs the penalty. So there is no deterrent many times. The process itself is a deterrent from you. So the suffering continues. So the information that we see here, and I'm one who comes with solutions, right? The very media that I said that you use to exercise to your expression also becomes a double-edged sword. Because that same media and social media is used also for attacks and intimidation. And when you look at it, the would-be defender is actually the offender. one of the worst offenders when it comes to environmental issues is government. And they also manipulate the same system. They also control the same system. So many times is there the expression that we use, the devil correcting sin. And so therefore, we have this situation. It exists. But can you access it? Can you make it effective? It's like you want to make an urgent phone call, and I give you my phone, and I leave you alone. But can you access my phone? Do you have the password? Even if you get in, can you find the information that you need? And I'm looking at you, and I know fully well that you can't. I'm supposed to be the defender, but I become the offender. So what we need to do is we need a greater awareness. People need to know what laws are there, where to find what data, where to find what, who does what, who should be held accountable for what. You heard about the tree story, only to find out it's the same government that is the violator. But guess what? Somebody acts without consulting other people. And so we end up, and guess what? You know who was getting the backlash? We, the defenders. So therefore, one thing I want to leave as I end is that with Escazú and with all human rights issues related to the environment, what we need is a robust awareness campaign. Is to let persons know what is there, how to access it, and also the mechanism how to. Is there financing for persons to take these cases through? Many times they don't even know how or where it is, if it do exist. We have the ombudsman. That is, no offense, my sister, but that is one office that I don't understand how it works. The reason why I don't understand how it works is that I'm going to take issues to the government, but the government pays the ombudsman's salary. Who manipulates who? But we need to get the information out. Persons must be aware.
Muchas gracias, Eric, por un cierre tan
Thank you, Eric, for mentioning such practical and daily events which also have impact the work done by defenders. And sometimes we look at it from above and we forget that these are key so that we can address and implement Article 9. So we now have Q&A session now. So that's the idea. We're going to continue now, and Gabby is going to help us with our next session and how we will organize ourselves to talk about these protection mechanisms.
Gracias, Anaid. Y bueno,
Thank you,
muchas
Anaid.
gracias a todos
And
los
thank
que han
you
participado en este
to
panel. Sin
all
duda, yo creo que
who
han
took part in the
salido elementos
panel.
muy
We
interesantes
know
para la
you have
discusión.
shared
Que
important
tomamos
elements
absolutamente nota de
that we
todo.
will include. We have taken notes of everything because of the process we're taking forward, because of the evaluation we're doing. Eric, Leonardo, Erica, Ulysses, Javier, Carol, thank you very much. So now we have an invitation for you. And I thank you for staying here until this late hour. We want to now meet and discuss and chat. I don't know if we have the presentation ready with the questions. Forgive me, applause. Yes, applause for our panelists. Thank you for reminding me, Olympia. We are now going to invite the panelists and everyone here in the room to take part in these discussions. So now, in your credential, on the other side, you have a number on your pass. You have a group number. So please look at the group that you're in. Now, you need to find your group. We have it on the paper stuck on the wall in the room. So please go to those areas of discussion where your group number is. Please feel free to get into your groups. So we won't stay with very small groups. So please go look for your group and find your place per group.
Entonces, mientras se van moviendo,
So while you move around, I will just let you know. Well, they're moving around, so. Yes, please go ahead. And once we're okay, I will continue to share the questions.
no la tengo. Sí, sí. El portal, lo voy a explicar. Se cierra. Ya. Listo, entonces, para...
So, as you're in your groups, what we want to do today is to discuss. So, all of the processes under the Escazú Agreement, such as the action plan, how can they help strengthen mechanisms for prevention that we have discussed? How can the state parties, you, the Escazú Agreement, you involved, how can you help strengthen mechanisms for prevention as we discussed?
damos 2 minutos para que cierre.
Damas y caballeros.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have 2 minutes so we can start with this closing session. Thank you. So we can start.
Por favor, si pueden acercarse entonces aquí para que compartamos la...
So, please, if you can take your seats in plenary so we can share the conclusions of each group.
Compartir.
Pero es que si no te da el Anaid, no se vayan ya las.
Anaid, do not leave, please. Do not leave. Do not leave. I see you.
Córranle, no hay problema. Close the door. No es cierto, no es cierto. Vayan, vayan.
Nadie sale.
Ya te vi, Luisa.
La que entró ya no salió. Ya. No, vamos a hacerlo ágil y dinámico y rápido para que puedan ir a descansar. Entonces, el primer grupo.
Group 1, Olympia, please.
Por favor, adelante.
Hubo invasión colombiana.
We spoke Mexico, Colombia, Peru, Guatemala. We shared many things in common. The use of some mechanisms, but also political will, and the lack of training of the officers. They do not know about the agreement, so how can they observe it? Also, gender issues. If you want protection with a vest, you don't have the size for women. So if you want to make a report, they often don't believe them, and so they feel invisible when it comes to dealing with women's needs. Countries that have not ratified, such as Peru and Guatemala, there is a greater disadvantage because they cannot even use the agreement. More serious issues where risk is normalized and the communities already live in an environment of risk constantly. And in our conversations, we looked at interesting points such as the risk faced by civil society. We are being affected, discrediting our work or even direct attacks on the organizations. And we mentioned we need to modify strategies. What worked before does not work now. We are speaking to ourselves when we say that the message has to get outside. And we said, just as the Defenders panel said, we need to have all of the governments in the region listening. We even mentioned the strategies. We need to be visible. Which are the governments that are not here? We see the empty chairs. So what does it take for them to be here? We know governments are connected. They're following the forum. And just as we had an in-person panel, we should have a virtual panel with all of the other governments of the region, especially those who are parties to the agreement, so they can see what has been done or not. So this is an appeal for commitment. The governments, even though they're not here in person at the forum, that they should be present virtually to report on what they do, and especially to listen from their offices, but listening carefully to what is being said here, especially when defenders are expressing what their realities and problems are. Thank you. Thank you, Olympia. Group 2.
Francisca.
Our group, we had different public and private sectors. We spoke of coordination to break silos, to break these established roles, and which make coordination difficult. We spoke about generating multi-level mechanisms, understanding the levels of protection and the roles of different stakeholders. We spoke about how Escazú can be involved in the Inter-American system, in the Universal Declaration on Rights, and also how we can include and further push this so that the resources that organizations have when we need to document, that they won't be overloaded if you have to, for example, respond to 3 things at the same time. We also spoke about how to generate information in a systematic way and to make it accessible, and how to interpret access to these mechanisms for those who may not necessarily have legal support to do that exercise, so that we need more user-friendly systems, that you won't have to generate proof to gain access to that information. I think this is what we discussed in addition to what the first group shared.
Carol, please go ahead.
Thank you. So we're a very small group. There was only 4 of us. But we did talk about some priorities for protection mechanisms and collective protection strategies. The first thing is the Caribbean is way behind Latin America. There's just no data at all. We don't have any organizations collecting data, and there's never been a study done in the Caribbean. But just in us sharing stories, we noted that we have stories of SLAPs, so strategic litigation against public participation against defenders in many countries. We have cases of criminalization of defenders, including things like local fishermen defending their rights to fish. We have indigenous people in the Caribbean as well who have been criminalized for trying to protect their territory. So there's really an important role of documenting some of what has happened to defenders in the Caribbean, across the Caribbean. We also spoke about maybe the important role ombudsmen could play. Many of the Caribbean countries have ombudsmen and public defenders, and the need to learn from countries in Latin America was raised over and over again. What can we learn from the role of ombudsmen and defenders in other countries? Jamaica has has a defender who has actually taken environmental matters. So there is a little bit of knowledge of what has happened, but we could learn so much from Latin America. We talked about the fact that in many countries in the Caribbean, there is whistleblower legislation, which does protect public officials who are threatened or harassed or lose their job, but there's nothing for defenders. So it could be a model that is looked at in the Caribbean. And then we also spoke about the fact that even the stories of our defenders, I received a publication from Argentina about defenders. We don't have anything that publicizes defenders and their roles. So the narrative around defenders, as you heard from Grenada, is not a positive one. And so how do we change that is really, really important in thinking about preserving collective protection strategies, preserving the right to defend and address risk. So that's really, really important. And then lastly, we just talked generally about what are some of the next steps. We think that as a priority for the plan, we should try and have a meeting of ombudsmen from across the Latin America and the Caribbean as an important next step, because if those officials do not meet and there's not an opportunity for dialogue, then we don't think there'll be as much progress. So that was put as a priority mechanism. Thank you.
Gracias. Mi grupo me nominó gentilmente.
I'm here as rapporteur, a very mixed group from different countries, people in different posts, NGOs, and also public officers at the government level. So, the context, there is both trust and lack of trust in terms of the institutions, the authorities who take decisions in protection and prevention matters. That led us to the issue of political will, or the lack of this, identifying the causes of risk and the different levels of risk. A question arose, difficult to respond to, in spite of often having given measures for, or different measures that can help protect a defender, and also early warning systems. They are not necessarily implemented. Why aren't they implemented? Another question that led us to analyze, how can the Escazú agreement be a tool for us? In this regard, we looked at the binding nature of Escazú that could be of great value, especially for those countries where they do not have legislation for protecting defenders. And this means it is legal and binding, so that if everyone carefully fulfills their role when it comes to protecting defenders. We also, I don't have my points in order. We spoke of self-protection measures, self-recognition, the person, the defender as such, their accreditation, their identification as environmental defenders, the role of journalism and all of the information that can be shared. And even at the international level, they mentioned a public or national, international mechanism, and also for other stakeholders such as companies that are involved in cases of attacks on defenders. So this at the international level, so that we will not jeopardize communicators, journalists, and others at the national level. and also extraterritorial approach. When you have companies involved, you need to go to the main company to see what the role is in the different countries involved. Also, for Escazú and how it plays a role, we spoke of access to information, how to generate strategies so that we know who are the state actors that really assist defenders, so we can say, yes, this is the authority that took a decision or not. And that can be further input, practical input, so that we know who we can resort to internally. In terms of access to justice, if we had urgent measures that can be adopted, especially protocols, or if we have to go before court, especially in the case of defenders, and not go through lengthy processes. Also, another interesting proposal to involve civil society in the implementing of public policies and professionalization, to have it professional so that they take active part in implementing policies, and by extension, acknowledging their role as environmental defenders. We mentioned the role of legal clinics, training, and other topics mentioned by our other groups. And our last point, the structures, institutions for these mechanisms need legal frameworks that are even more robust as further support for implementing or adopting existing measures. Thank you. Thank you, Ignacio. Thank you to the 4 groups. So I have a summary of what came out of the groups, the importance of reports and the Conference of Parties, especially to share with countries who are not taking part. That's an issue that we need to continue working on. Another issue is to include Escazú in other international mechanisms and state mechanisms to have accessible systems for protection where the communities know where to go if they do, where they don't have barriers to access. The importance of documenting information, as we said in the Caribbean, and to understand the role of the Ombudsman, and to have meetings among these offices of the Ombudsman, which is something also in the action plan. And so we know it will be done. We will have those spaces. Also identifying the causes of these attacks and how to conduct and undertake that evaluation, which is also reflected in the action plan. How we can map the authorities in charge so that those who are attacked, they know where they can go. We need to have professional mechanisms, including legal clinics. We know this is in the action plan. And to have more robust legal frameworks, which is a challenge. And in the process, we also want to have regional elements involved. So what we have seen here in the conclusions, we want to link it to objectives in the action plan with subsequent developments. And we know that these are all very relevant contributions. And I wish to conclude by thanking all of you for your participation and for the excellent speakers who preceded me. And please remember, we have another long day, so please rest. We start tomorrow with the workshop, Access to Justice, here in this main room. And then we will have other spaces to discuss the guide that we have to develop in a reference to Escazú with gender focus. So you're invited. We're not going to just speaking among ourselves, no. Rather, we have to speak with others as well. So you're invited to take part in those discussions. In the afternoon, we will have a workshop on digital security coordinated by Sarah, who is here with us. So we invite you once again to take part. It will again be in this room in the afternoon. Thank you. Be well.